Welcome, everyone. We'd love to have your attention. Thank you all for being here today. It's just wonderful to see the audience that we've got in front of us, and we know that we have a lot of folks on the webinar here as well today. We are going to give some shout outs in a few minutes to those who've joined us. I'd like to say a few words about this experience and this process here. Number one, welcome to, first of all, I'm Mike Mello. I'm a teaching professor here in the Mechanical and Civil Engineering Department. This is ME72 Engineering Design Laboratory, and it's a course. And I want to stress that it's a course, first and foremost. This isn't some kind of a public relations stint. This is the culmination of 5 months where our students have worked tirelessly, mostly in our student machine shop facility, working toward this day where they're going to battle in a Sumobot competition. Now, we have modeled this competition after the international rules and the rules that are practiced in Japan, where that is the recognized location where teams from all over the world every year battle in Sumobot competitions. And so we have streamlined our competition very much in line with the international rules. Now, we can't go through all of those rules today, but I'll be talking a little bit about those in a few minutes. We'll also be introducing you to the teams. Let me say a little bit about how important this day is. On March 10th of 2020, the last sanctioned event on this campus was this competition. And there was great uncertainty. We had no idea what was about to happen. And the next day, we all went into quarantine. So this is a particularly moving moment for us who have maintained the legacy of this course for the better part of 37 years. This is the 37th competition. Predates me by a long time. I took it over in 2014. There are people in this room who have attended many more of these than I have. You probably aren't all aware, but we kept this thing going last year, even in virtual mode. It was very important, A, that we got some students to take the course, and we had 15 brave souls that took it remotely. They took it at home, and with our machine shop, we're able to fabricate parts for them that they had designed. We shipped them to them. They fabricated their robots remotely, demonstrated them remotely to us, and actually competed. That A, kept the legacy alive, and B, allowed us to have a team of teaching assistants in line for the following year. People who had gone through the course, people who understood something about the legacy of the course. And I'd like to introduce those folks briefly here. And if you guys could just stand up, right? So, Luis Madrid, Noah Barnes, Jocelyn Coe, Shri Deshmukh, and Vincent Tu. These folks have worked tirelessly throughout the past 5 months. Thank you guys so much. They have done so much, and you will see some of the fruits of their labor on display today, namely this projection capability, which they have helped us bring to fruition. So they have worked independently to set up these GoPro cameras, which focus on the rings and allow folks at home to see a close-up view of the battles. Okay? So we've done our best to try to give you an audio-visual record of what it is we do here today. I want to thank other people who have contributed immensely. We have a staff of administrative assistants and MCE who are the fabric behind making this come to life every year. They really are the final elements of the magic of ME72, okay? And I'd like to just make sure we recognize their names. First of all, Lynn Seymour, is Lynn here? Lynn is in the back. Thank you, Lynn. Stacy Takasi, who's just joined our department quite recently. Michaela Late, who designed this brochure that some of you have in your hands here today. And Caroline Asaguero, who's also here with us today, okay? Is John Van Dusen in the audience? I saw John earlier. There's John in the front and center. John ran our machine, well, you guys all know who John is, right? He ran our machine shop facility, for the benefit of those who don't know, and only retired last year and has come back to watch this competition today. And he was the backbone of so many competitions going back for the better part of the 37 years that I had mentioned earlier. We also have our executive officer from MCE here today, Professor Tim Colonius. Tim, if you could just raise your hand so everybody knows. Thank you, Tim, for your support. It's so important, and I want the audience to know that a competition, a course of this magnitude, I mean, this is the capstone design requirement for our mechanical and civil engineering students. That's a big box they need to check as they go through their undergraduate experience. A rigorous design and build experience is what this really was for them. And without the support of the department, and that means dollars, it means really putting up the funds that are required so that these students have access to real quality materials and hardware, electronics, LiPo batteries, RC controllers, receivers, Arduinos, you name it, okay? They're very fortunate, we're very fortunate, and so the legacy continues in that regard. And while I'm speaking and I have an audience and I potentially have a webinar audience, and maybe for the record, we want sponsorship for this class. It is something that is sorely needed. We've had sponsorship in past years. Small corporate donations on the order of $5,000 go a very, very long way for a course like this. And so let the word go out that that is an important thing that we would hope to hear back from in the future from other companies. I have other folks that I want to recognize here today. In terms of sponsorship, since I'm on that topic, we did not have any official sponsor who put up dollars for us this year, but Maxon, which is a producer of premier high quality brushless and brushed motors that are so costly that they would break our student team's budgets, donated 30 high quality motors to MCE over the winter break. It came as a very pleasant surprise when they reached out to us to say that they wanted to do this. Okay, so that's great. We want to thank them. Got some other folks here. It is my understanding that a few local schools have joined the webinar today, and I'd like to just give a shout out to them, right? So the Muir High School Engineering Academy and the middle school robotics classes from Pasadena Unified School District, I believe, have tied into the webinar today. And so we want to say thank you and welcome, and we hope that the students there enjoy this experience. Okay. From an administrative level, although I don't think President Rosenbaum or Vice Provost Terrell are here, I know all too well that they are aware of this course. Any time where I might run into them, this is a topic that they bring up. And we appreciate the support, not only locally in our department, but from the university, from the Institute, who is well aware of this legacy in this course, which means so much to all of us. So thank you. I also want to acknowledge another group here that really stepped up at the last minute, and that is Leslie Maxfield and her team. Leslie Maxfield and the AMT team agreed to bring in an independent camera feed for us, which is giving us a more holistic view of this experience today. Without that generous offering, we would have only been able to broadcast these views of the doyos, these rings, to our webinar audience. But as a result of this additional camera feed, we'll now have a nice record of the entire event. So let's give Leslie Maxfield, Gina Chen, and Gina Napolitan a round of applause. Thank you, Leslie. We've got folks to thank. The students are really the ones we're celebrating. You can hear them backstage, okay? And you're gonna see them shortly, right? I wish we could show you what it looks like right behind that screen, but unfortunately, according to Dwayne, it takes too long to raise that screen, okay? And so we're gonna hold off on that. But we've got a crowded room back there. They've each got a table, they've got their robots, and they can make small repairs in between rounds and so forth, and you'll meet them shortly. Let's make sure we acknowledge a few other folks, though. I just mentioned Dwayne, so I think this is a good opportunity to thank the folks who manage this Ramo auditorium, who have been incredibly gracious, who have been there from day one, from the first day we said, hey, do you think we could come over and see this hall? and get a sense as to whether this will work for 72. And from that day forward, through all the milestones, our students have come here and practiced on this stage, okay? And the folks that I'm referring to then are Dwayne Miles, Eric Ferguson, Derek McDaniel, and Corinne Shore. So let's thank them for their support. I have left out two incredibly important people, and we're almost at the end here of my intro, but we really have important people to recognize. And there are two folks I think were, I don't know if Paul is in the audience. Is Paul? Okay. Paul and Trent, are you guys out? You guys, could you guys step forward? Paul and Trent, please. So I'm referring to Paul Stovall and Trent Wilson. Come on, guys, just come out and say hello. Let me tell you something. I've worked at a number of universities in my life. I've interacted with machine shops, universities all over this country, and I'd like to think I have a pretty good pulse on machinists and folks who really know their trade, who are masters of their craft. And these are about the two best I've ever run into in all my years in academia. So I just want to thank them again for all the work they've done. They are the backbone of what goes on in that machine shop with those students, and they are a resource to them every day of the experience. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I think at this point we've gone through at least the major introductions. I hope I haven't left anyone important out. And I will be introducing our MCs to you shortly. Okay, let me at least give you a quick peek. This is Gunnar Ristroff and Dave Zobel. You can see they have microphones in their hand, and they'll be doing a lot more talking than me shortly. They have been a part of the fabric of this experience for, I don't know if they want to claim or tell us how many years, but certainly before I took over this course, they are alum who love coming back, who know this course and understand it, and love to sort of provide some commentary and some color, and we just love having them back every year. They're just so gracious to return, and it's just a pleasure having them here again, especially in person after the year that we just went through. Okay, so on that note, I think it's time for you to meet the teams, okay? And the way we want to do it this year is we want to have an official weigh-in, and we have some official physical templates which will confirm that the teams have conformed to the physical dimensions of their robots as stated in the rules document from day one. So we think that's an appropriate way to introduce the teams to you, so we're going to do that. And so teams are ready to come out. We're going to introduce to you the first team. It was Major Sass. Come on out, Major Sass. Come on out. Yeah. Good. All right. So help out. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is let's introduce the team to you before we start doing weigh-ins, okay? So we have Sydney Richardson. Please raise your hands. Sophia Kwok, Martha Van Neustadt, Susu, Allie, and Martin, okay? Okay, so the first robot that will weigh, let's do the weigh-in first. So this bot will be both the, well, actually, no, that's right. They have 3 robots that they've created. So this would be the autonomous or RC. This is the autonomous robot weighing in at, give us a reading, please. 2.85 kilograms. Now, the rule was you could not exceed 3 kilograms. So they're coming in at 2.85. So they check in. Now let's check the physical dimensions with a 20 centimeter by 20 centimeter template. And that matches, and so you guys, that's great. Thank you. All right, let's bring the other robots forward and go through those as well. All right, so let's do the official weigh-in. Now this is the Strand bot. This is a mechanical walking bot. 3.35, and the rule on the Strand bot which is modeled after Theo Jansen's Strand Beasts, but this would be a mechanized version, is 3.5 kilograms, so they make the weigh-in. And their physical dimensions fit the 250 by 250 millimeter template. Great job. And we have one more robot, correct? Okay, so this is the RC bot. 2.94, that meets the weigh-in and then physical dimensions. Terrific, okay? No room to spare. Great job, no room to spare, as Martin said. Okay, well, let's give them a hand and let's wish them well. All right, thank you. Next team is Team Matawari. Let's bring them on out. Do they? Okay, good. Okay, so let's introduce everyone. Okay, so we have Sophie. If you could just kind of like raise your hand as I call your name out. Olivia, Lauren, Moya, Riley, Limbert, and Isaac. All right, let's bring it up and let's weigh it. So this is your autonomous and RC bot, correct? 2.43. So they make the weigh-in and then check the template. Excellent. Let's move on to the Strand bot. $2.57, very good. Easy. All right, let's wish them well. Thank you. Go out this way. Go out this way. Yeah. Okay. Okay, next up is Team Omnoms.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Very good. All right, just stand around here. I want to introduce you. Great. All right, if you could just raise your hands. So introducing Eric Amro, okay? Colin Chun, Norman Chung. By the way, Norman designed our logo. So this logo you see on our brochure, I always put out the call. So I always put out a call every year to anyone who is artistically inclined, who wants to make the logo, and Norman stepped up, and we love his logo. You can see it on their shirts. So you see the doyos, the gears surrounding the doyos, and I thought it was a particularly nice touch where we will remember that this was during the time of the pandemic, so we've even got the coronavirus symbol on the leftmost, okay? So that will be with us, very nice. All right, so let's do the weigh-in. Let's bring up the bot and let's do it. Did we not call all the names? I'm so sorry. Sorry. Amrita, Jose, Tyler, and Lorenzo. My apologies. Come on up. All right, let's do it. $2.86, very good. All right, very good. And then we're bringing up the Strand bot now. Lorenzo would be bringing that up. Okay. Wow. We are good. No, we're good. We have a small tolerance, and so that's acceptable. You're good.
We can put more masks. Okay.
You're good. What's? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Excellent. Let's give them a hand. Let's wish them well. All right. We have 2 more teams. We have 5 teams this year. So next team up, Paige against the machine. Come on out. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. All right, let's introduce them to you. So if you could raise your hand, we've got Max. Oh, Max Dang, I'm so sorry. That's right, we do. We have 2 Maxes on this team, right? Okay, and then Maxwell Vale. Okay, very good. All right, let's get through this. Aiden Swan, Christian Stromberger, Joshua Lee, Michael Gonzalez, and Logan Hayes. Excellent. All right, let's bring up your bot and let's weigh it. Say it again.
2.84.
2.84, well within. 2.84, yep. Very good. Next, the Strand bot. Okay. Wow, 3.46, just under. Very good. Actually, plenty of room to spare. Okay, very good. Let's give them a hand. Let's wish them well. About that way. Okay. And last but not least, Team Pizza Time. Come on out.
Never mind.
All right. Very good.
It's pizza time.
Very nice. All right. If you could just raise your hands. Bobby Daigle, right? All right. Noah Yared. All right. Axel Gogoy. Diana. Evan. And who did I leave out? Did I leave out anybody? Kelly, I'm so sorry, Kelly. All right, let's do the weigh-in. Let's bring it up. $2.76. Very good. Okay, the Strand bot. Let's bring him up. All right. $3.41. Now, there was no restriction in the vertical direction. The dimensional restriction was purely in the X and Y, and they're allowed to do what it is Noah's doing right now. It was working before. Yes. The TA is not going to let him off the hook. Very good. Okay. Let's give them a hand and wish them well. Go that way, guys. Go that way. Yeah, go that way. Go that way. Very good. Okay. So you've met the 5 teams. They've all met the criterion for the weight restriction and the physical dimensional restriction. And now it's time to get on with the show. So we're gonna move this table, say a few last words. The trophy that the winning team claims is front and center. We keep that in our trophy case in Gates Thomas. Many of you who pass through the building will see it. And the winning team at the end will get to hold that up and take photos, and it's sort of a rite of passage, something very special that the winning team will get to experience. And of course, the bragging rights that go on with this forever. Okay, I'd like to get started now. So what will be the first 2 teams in the round robin match? And then I'll say a few words about that. Okay, so you just met Major Sass and Pizza Time. They will actually go to battle in the first round. So here's how we're gonna do this today. I'll give you a couple of words about the competition and then we'll begin. We have 3 classes of competition. We have an autonomous class where the robots have to find each other through sensors. Hands off. They'll face each other, they'll set up behind these 2 brown Shakiri lines, and once they're told to start, their sensors will begin to search for each other. And they have algorithms that have been developed, patterns that they'll trace out, movements that will be executed, and the goal is to try to push their opponent out beyond the white line. If their opponent falls beyond that white line and makes contact with this black surface out here, they've been knocked out of the ring, and that is known as a Yuko point, which is awarded to the team at that point. Okay? A match can go as long as 3 minutes, but a match can also be very short, because if you knock your opponent out 2 times in the course of 3 minutes, the match is over. So the goal is to knock your opponent out 2 times. You have 3 minutes to do it. So a match could last as long as 3 minutes. A match could last as long as 10 seconds, okay, in theory, okay? So that's the way that goes. Now, when Team Pizza Time meets Team Major Sass, oh, okay, so back behind me, we'll go through the 3 categories. So they'll come out prepared to do autonomous battle, switch over to radio-controlled battle, where now a team member can radio control operate the robot, and they'll do battle in that category. Same rules. Push your bot out of the doyo ring, out beyond the white line. I realized as I was telling you about the autonomous, I didn't explain the white line and its significance. In the autonomous, your robot has to have some way of knowing where it is, right? How does it know when it's reached the edge of the ring? So there are sensors that these robots have on the underside that are designed to detect this white line. So a well-designed, well-executed autonomous bot will sense this white line, know its position, and be able to react accordingly. Clearly, that has less meaning in the RC mode, okay? Third category, while these 2 teams face each other, will be another 3-minute battle between the strand bots, okay? So you just saw those robots. The autonomous and RC, they had the option of having 1 robot serve both categories. But you saw Major Sass actually has 1 robot dedicated to each. Most teams will have 1 robot for autonomous and RC, and another strand bot, okay? That's as much as you probably need to know. I think the referees will help us from there. The TAs will be refereeing the matches. We'll be keeping score. We'll be finding out how long it took for each team to knock their opponent out. All this is being kept track of. And of course, we have tiebreakers that we will execute as needed. Okay? So how do we keep score? Cumulatively. So when these 2 teams finish battle, they will have a number of wins that were executed across those 3 categories, and that is what is going to be registered. Okay? We're going to keep doing that pair after pair as we work through the round robin. Maybe a long day, and some of you may not have enough time to be here for the whole thing. We don't know how long this is going to take. People keep asking me, how long will this take? And I say, well, the matches are 3 minutes, but they could be as short as 15 seconds, right? Okay, so we will see. We have the 3 categories. Now, this doyo, if you're wondering what this is all about, this is the on-deck doyo. Okay, so the next teams up can set up here and be doing whatever adjustments they need, getting their electronics configured, getting their radio control working, so that perhaps we have less setup going on here when we call them over to the main ring. Okay, so you'll always see a team or two robots facing each other on deck. Okay, so just sort of a calibration point. All right, without further ado, it's time to get started. So let me bring in Gunnar and Dave. I want to pass the microphone on to them and have them greet the audience and call out the teams, and let's begin.
Welcome to the 37th annual Sumo Robo competition here at Ramo Auditorium.
Yeah.
Let's get
Wow.
Major Sass and
That
Pizza Time out in the ring.
It's Ramo Sumobot Robo, and that's Gunnar, and I'm Dave, and here come the first team.
And they're going straight to the competition ring, and while they're getting set up in the competition ring, let's get the two teams that are on deck to set up here on deck.
Those of you who are watching us remotely, all you see is feet. Sorry, there are people attached to those feet. Hey, now you see more.
And let's review the stakes here, Dave. The most important piece of equipment here on the entire California Institute of Technology campus
Is your microphone.
is this trophy for the ME72 competition. Only 36 people have been able to hoist, 36 teams have been able to hoist this trophy, and there'll be a 37th champion crowned today.
Well, it is a very heavy trophy, Gunnar. I believe it weighs about 100 pounds.
Speaking of heavy, we should say one thing very quickly to the audience. One thing I forgot to tell you is there is a metallic surface on the top of these doyos, okay, ferromagnetic steel, and that has been deliberately there from day one, and the teams have been strongly encouraged to take advantage of that ferromagnetic layer, right? So many of these robots, in fact, probably all of them, have magnets on the underside, which are greatly amplifying the normal force exerted by that doyo back on them, and hence their friction. So when you see things that seem sort of odd when you look at the speed and the traction these robots have today, your understanding should be rooted in the fact that those magnets are providing tremendous attractive force to that doyo. You watched Major Sass just place their robot down carefully. Those neodymium magnets are very, very powerful.
Major Sass has taken the ring. It's time for pizza time. Pizza Time will take their starting position.
Now, if you are sitting in the first 3 rows here in Ramo Auditorium and you heard those magic words, neodymium magnets, and you're wondering whether your credit cards are in danger, they've already been wiped.
So Dave, explain to me exactly what is this starting position and the starting line here.
These short brown lines that you can see are the starting lines, and each team has to be behind the natural extension of its line. I should say its line segment because we have middle schoolers watching. So imagine extending these lines into infinity, as this explanation is doing. They have to be behind it. That is up to the judgment of the judges, but we're getting a thumbs up from the judges. So
They look good
looks
to
like
me,
we're good.
Dave. I think we're ready to begin the first round of this
And you thought it would never happen.
7-2 competition. The teams will now power on the robots.
Hold it.
The robots will be started with a button press or possibly a clap or a kind word, and then there will be a 5-second pause before they are allowed to move. The 5 seconds are being timed very carefully by a TA with a stopwatch app.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to start. Ready. Now, reminder, this is the autonomous round.
Yeah, hang on.
Both teams ready?
Ready, set, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. It's sumo time!
Very nice battle. Very nice battle.
Which one's which? Major Sass is what?
Stop. Oh, yeah, the referee made a call.
We have smoke on pizza time.
We have smoke.
It's
You would check that robot.
smoke on pizza time.
Can you
the
see
referee-
that in the
Disconnect
camera?
it. Disconnect it.
Now, as you may know, devices
Any fire?
operate on
We okay?
smoke. You must not
Okay.
release the smoke from the device. It needs to stay inside.
Let's hear it for Major Sass.
I was counting down from 5, and that only took 3 seconds and then smoke.
Okay.
Engaged.
So
That action was, both robots were very fast, Dave, very fast moving. Some decisive engagements, but it looks like Major Sass has walked away not smoking. I'm not sure if releasing smoke is a technical default or not. We'll have to consult with Dr. Mello.
So we're going to restart that match, right? Because the referee stopped the match because they were stuck. According to the rules, they were stuck for 5 seconds, right? And so the referee has the opportunity to stop when they're stuck and no one's executing. So reset.
Reset.
Is your robot still functioning?
Now, this, as you may guess, is a little different from human-powered sumo. In actual sumo, if one
How
of
do
the
you wanna test it?
competitors releases a quantity of smoke, usually the match is
ahead.
over. I also see quite a bit of rubber there on the surface. That is not going to go away, and it may affect future competition.
So what happened there was the judge's discretion. The robots were locked together for 5 seconds. The judge decided to call a pause and to reset the match. The timer here still reads 2 minutes and 46 seconds. We had 14 exhilarating seconds of competition, and we're going to re-engage that as soon as pizza time is ready.
Yeah, we had a smoke show there, so we have to test that motor.
Yeah, two things happened. There was some smoke, and then the judge called a 5-second lock. I hear some motion from pizza
That's
time.
a good
There's
sign.
more smoke.
There's more smoke. Okay. Do you guys have any backup motors?
It looks
back
like
there
pizza
that you can
time might
switch
be
out?
forfeiting.
Okay. Okay, so you will lose this match. They will forfeit this match.
Let's hear it for Major Sass!
Major Sass. Good
Leaving
job.
carnage here in the ring. Now let's see if Major Sass can get
Whoa.
their robot unstuck from the ring. Some slight damage. The judges are going to have to evaluate that damage on the
Okay.
ring there.
We're okay.
I think the judges are
Let's get
mostly amused
get
by
the strand
damage
bots
on
set
the
up.
rings.
Yep. Major Sass sets up first. That was 14 exhilarating seconds, Dave.
That was very exhilarating, Mike, and we do have a fully equipped fire crew standing by. No, we really do. We really do.
So that was an autonomous round.
Yep.
It is a very
We're just
small
gonna
space
walk
when
through
you
it.
think about it. There's not a lot of room to maneuver. These bots all had to fit into a 20 centimeter by 20 centimeter by infinitely high cube at the start, after which they can deploy themselves in any way they like. And you saw that when the feet
gonna give them
of
a
the bot
start?
on the
Okay.
right had to be tucked in a little bit.
All right, we're going to give him a starting cue. And this is teleoperated now. Go ahead, Noah. Take it over.
So this
Hold it, guys. Okay. Hold it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're going to give him the cue,
Major
right?
Sass,
Okay.
pizza time. Cool.
Here we go.
So we're getting set up for the next round. This is still Major Sass versus Pizza Time, but these are the two strand bots. Same rules, ready, set, go, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Except this time there'll be no autonomy, they'll be remotely controlled. And it seems to me, Dave, that the autonomy was a very fast round. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! Pizza Time deployed. Major Sass,
There you go.
push Pizza Time out. Decisive victory in just a few seconds. Let's hear it for Major Sass.
How long did that take, Gunnar?
It took longer to do the countdown than it did to do the round, don't you think, Gunnar? As soon as any part of that strand bot touches the floor outside the circle,
As soon as you guys are ready.
or as soon
come
as
on out.
anything
Yep.
other than the feet of the strand bot touches anywhere, that's the end.
I want to get you lined up, so let me know when you're ready, okay?
What Major Sass is using there for their walking mechanism is called a Chebyshev lambda mechanism, and a lot of the teams are using that. We'll try to keep track of which ones are. It allows a pretty long travel of approximately linear motion.
Okay, Noah? Ready?
3, 2, 1, go!
That's 2. That's the match.
Is the match.
3 decisive victories for Major Sass, Dave.
Yes, Gunnar, it, as I said, is just a question of shoving your neighbor. Very similar in many ways to sumo that you may be more familiar
Okay,
with.
now. Right, and so because they're going to forfeit the RC, we'll move on to the next match, and Major Sass wins the next one as well. Okay. Right?
And
That's right.
Pizza Time elects to forfeit the remotely operated portion without the strand bot. So that gives a decisive, complete, categorical, total victory for Major Sass.
Let's bring out the other 2 teams. Come on.
So we're moving
Who's
on to
next?
the next 2 teams. And let's get Paige against the machine. Paige against the machine, come on out, get the robot set up.
Against?
And they will be faced up against Omnoms.
Omnoms, okay. I just,
And we're beginning with the autonomous portion again, Dave. And Paige
Yes.
against the machine will be setting up first for the autonomous portion.
Now, there appear to be about twice as many people on this stage as there were for that previous round. There, in fact, are not twice as many. Some teams
Okay.
have 6, some have 7.
so we do want the teams, whoever's, the teams need to line up behind green lines or else we're obstructing views. So whoever's doing the setup can be out here, but we should be behind this green line otherwise. Otherwise, we're obstructing too many views. Same goes for this team, so please be behind the green line. Guys, whoever's not driving, so be behind the green line, okay, on that side.
These are the other 2
Yeah.
robots that aren't competing, but they're still Paige against the machine.
Yeah, we want to enforce this green line as much as possible. Whoa. Easy.
Hey,
No points off for a false start. Just a little walk of shame.
there's a bit of strategy of exactly how you position behind these lines, particularly with the fully autonomous operation. We have Paige against the machine over on this side, Omnoms on this side.
For those of you at home, Gunnar was pointing to his left and to his right. Well, yours.
Let's get it over to Noah.
3, 2, 1. A direct frontal attack from Page against the machine.
And a
mercy.
mocking dance.
Mercy.
It turns out there are no points off for mocking your opponent at the goal line.
All right, let's get going. Let's get going. Let's get going. Let's get the next one going. Come on.
You might notice, Dave, that Omnom has flags. The flags are to distract the sensors on the other robot. They're to confuse the ultrasonic or infrared sensors. In this case, they're ultrasonic sensors.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1. Another decisive victory.
Very good. Very
Page
decisive.
against the machine.
All right. Okay,
Dave,
let's
we have
move
not
on.
seen any round go anywhere close to 3
get ready
minutes.
for the next
Well,
match.
of course, those
move
flags
on.
do double duty
Yep.
as surrender flags.
Let's get the strand bots over. Very nice. That took
Now
all of
then-
11 seconds, Dave.
Now the
They're
next,
your students, Mike.
everybody knows Page Boy. Now we have a Page Bot taking the ring.
And in case you're wondering, it was placed there by the one member of the team who is not from Page. I see the entirety of Ricketts House is in the audience today.
Nice. Shout out to Ricketts House.
So Page against the machine placed first. Omnoms have placed second. Now, the Page against the machine Strandbot actually has
Oh, careful now.
actuated, has electromagnets on each leg that they can turn off and on as they walk for incredible holding force. This portion is remotely operated.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Reminds me of my mom's old cat.
Wait.
The,
There you go.
Right, you can't be immobilized for 5 seconds. Okay.
I see
Parts are
robot
coming
bits.
loose.
I
Who
see,
wants to claim that piece?
I see a linkage.
5,
It
4.
looks like Omnom has
Yeah.
lost it. Omnom has lost a bit of their
No,
linkage.
no, no. I mean, if there's some movement, you've got to be tolerant to that. There's a little slight.
Oh, more springs!
There's a specific rule that
More robot bits
I know, but
from
if they're
Omnom.
stuck,
Looks like they've
right?
lost an entire linkage. Oh, whoa. See, they have to keep moving according to the rules, Dave. And if they stay locked for 5 seconds, then the judge can call a new round.
Yeah. There's some movement there. I think you need to give it to have some tolerance. Even if he's sliding, right? If they're sliding, it's movement. Okay.
This Omnom has an opportunity. Dave, I would say the electromagnet on Page Against the Machine is not completely overpowering here. Omnoms still have a fair chance.
We've got springs.
Omnoms have lost a linkage, but still seem to be mobile.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, I'm stopping it here. I'm stopping this.
Okay.
So since you guys were not able to move for like 10, 15 seconds, we're moving fine. Okay, I'm just saying. They get a Yuko, reset, and we're going next. Yeah.
The clock was stopped at 22 seconds.
So why did they get a Yuko? Just for clarification.
The judge made the determination. Judge made a determination that the robot could not move, and so therefore the clock was stopped, and there's an opportunity to reset. There's 22 seconds left in the match. Omnoms are not giving up
They get a
easy.
Yuko.
As a matter of fact, they might use one of their timeouts. They have an opportunity to call a timeout.
Okay.
And they have lost a linkage.
Yeah.
They lost a linkage on one of their 8 feet. One of their 8 feet is now not moving at all, and they're going to try to repair that.
I told.
Okay, let's get ready for the next match. That's okay. Good. We have to keep a good. We're on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's why.
Let's get ready for the next match.
You have to be moving. Yes, you have to be. If I see you're not moving, it's like something down for fun. And if you at the end you don't move, I stop.
I thought it was laser disabled.
But
No.
that's fine. Well, it's-
No, we can show him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
Omnoms have called a timeout to repair their broken robot.
Yep.
That was a very close match. Both robots were kind of pushed to the edge of the ring there, but they both managed to hold on. When we come back, they will recompete, but there will still be only 22 seconds left on the clock.
But there was a Yuko point awarded. Right? There was a Yuko point awarded according to the rules. Go ahead. You want to clarify that? Well, you don't have a microphone, but Paige gets a Yuko point for that because
Because
Omnoms was immobilized for 5 seconds. And it's a judge's call. Yep.
the judges determined that Omnoms were immobilized and they were damaged. So Paige against the machine did score 1 point that round. And yeah. And that was after a good showing on the autonomous portion also.
The 5 seconds is it's also.
So it looks like our two leading teams now then.
5 seconds, and you don't show the
Pretty
move.
decisive victory by Paige against the machine, and then also major sass.
I'm counting down. So I'm counting down like 5.
Now, I know some of you have been covering your eyes in terror because when those
guys okay with
strand
all that?
bots
Yeah,
get going,
okay, all right.
they really look like creepy little
You guys
humanoids.
are making some repairs?
They're supposed to. And it's part of their charm.
And you're
They are
making some
based on the
repairs?
strand beasts of Dutch designer Theo Janssen, who makes these creations 15 feet tall that walk on the beach. That's where the name Strandbeest comes from. And they're really scary. I recommend that you look them up on YouTube. And these will seem much cuter. What'd you find there, Gunnar?
Well, I'm looking for more robot parts from Omnon. I do see some. Look at this, Dave. I think Omnom is going to want that.
Huh.
It looks like a ring.
As you
If
know,
there's a representative from Omnoms, you guys might come look.
they might want
Come
that.
look for some additional pieces here.
As you know, in real sumo, the wrestlers will sometimes sprinkle salt, sodium chloride, as part of the ritual. Here at Sumobots, we sprinkle silicon dioxide.
I want to explain what Paige Against the Machine is doing with their electromagnet again. They have a 24-volt electrically operated magnet. So it's a coil of copper that gets connected to the battery and then gives them about 60 newtons of pull force onto the metal surface. They can actually time that so that the magnet is fully engaged directly on the surface and then released to pick up and move. Before the round, Dave, they were telling me that that just gave them a tremendous holding force advantage and also just tremendous force advantage. But you know what? I didn't really see that. When the robots were head to head, they were pretty well matched. What do you think?
Yeah, we wonder if that was working, right? We should ask them that.
I believe they have some kind of a timing mechanism to turn those electromagnets on and off automatically as they get to the appropriate part of the cycle. But it may be that the timing is off. Sometimes it's just a little camshaft adjustment.
I think it's electrically controlled timing. I think it's controlled from the microcontroller. So there's an encoder on the drive shaft that senses the drive shaft position and then turns off and on the electromagnet accordingly.
Can you wrap it up?
Yeah.
We have Paige against the machine returning to the ring. Whoop!
Yeah, I'm going to pay closer
And they
attention.
were also-
so I can't, I can't say
They were
that I
also
saw
like
it.
actively impeding our movement. So the reason we couldn't move is because they were.
So do you think that the electromagnet was working in the last round? We get a report that the electromagnets were not working in the last round. That maybe explains.
Sri, you're going to have to be
There was, well, you'll see.
decisions you're making.
No, they were not turned on. It came unplugged.
I see. The electromagnets came unplugged last round, is the report, Dave. But because Omnoms called the timeout, that also gave Paige against the machine the opportunity to fix the electromagnet. "22 seconds on the clock. Let's hear it for Omnoms on the fast repair, getting back in the ring.
No.
And Paige against the machine also repaired their electromagnet. 22 seconds on the clock.
We shall see.
Set. 5.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Let's see if those electromagnets make a difference, Dave. Oh!
I would say they do.
Huge decisive victory.
All right.
Decisive victory. Let's hear it for Paige against the machine.
Very good.
And in case you missed the explanation at the beginning and are wondering why magnets would matter, these rings have a layer of 3/32 inch steel right underneath the paint.
RC.
So the final round will be remotely controlled. They can use the same robots that they used for the autonomous portion, but now they'll be operated by a human instead of a computer. Now, what I want to see, Dave, but unfortunately it's not part of the format, is a computer versus human competition, because I think the computers would win. They're so much faster. Those rounds have been over in 10 seconds.
Well, you have to remember that most of these students have been up since yesterday afternoon.
Okay, let's get ready.
So this is the final round with Paige against the machine versus Omnom.
Folks, on your mark, here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1, go! I think they were all first. From my judgment, it looked like Omnoms won. I think I think the PageBot jumped out of the ring first. That's my judgment. I'm not the judge, though, Dave.
We don't exactly have replay to turn to, Sheree, so we need to make a decision. Okay. Okay.
Paige went off first.
Okay.
Omnoms managed to put 1 point on the board. It's 4-1.
Very nice.
Ready, set, 5.
4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh!
All right. What a battle. What a battle.
I really think that the computers are better than the human operators. The computers don't just drive off the edge.
1-1.
This is the human operation. Opportunity for Omnoms to score another point here.
Ready, set, 5.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. 2 Yukos for Paige against the machine. Are you guys glad?
That's a win for Paige against the machine, 6-1. And Dave, I'm glad we had this safety barrier here.
Thank
Somebody
you.
could have been hurt.
The weights.
I believe those were a
glad we
last-minute
got those.
addition. They
on
saved
out, come on
somebody's
out.
life.
That's a decisive victory for Paige against the machine. Next up, we have Pizza Time and Matawari. Pizza Time and Matawari. We'll begin with the autonomous
Were
portion.
you able to switch it out? Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, good. Good.
Pizza Time will place their robot, and then Matawari will get the option strategically based on how Pizza Time is set up
Good,
to set up theirs.
Good. Good job.
There's a couple different technologies that these autonomous robots use for sensing the other robot.
Minimize, 'cause that was a
One is ultrasonic, that's these little sensors here that uses sound waves,
right? We have to kind of.
and the other is infrared,
I know.
using light.
It's just give some latitude on that. Okay.
That's right, Gunnar, and you can see in the designs that some of them have deliberately tried to thwart exactly those sorts of strategies.
And the scoreboard doesn't line up here. Pizza Time is on this side, Matawari is on that side.
We'll switch that.
The bot is just getting some last-minute instructions from the trainer.
It's okay, guys. If it's a big pain, don't worry about it. Okay. On Noah's mark.
Ready, set, go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Whoa.
Decisive
All
victory
right.
by Pizza Time.
All right. Yuko awarded to Pizza Time.
That was 2 seconds. That's a record, Dave. I really think that the robots could beat the humans.
I think you might be right.
Pizza Time places strategically. Matawari places strategically.
On Noah's mark.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Pizza time.
That thing,
Like,
It's pizza time.
it is
like
pizza
it might have been a
time.
false start there,
Very
Gunnar.
nice.
We're gonna. we're going to see whether the feeling is there was a false start.
Okay. Yep, convincingly. 5-second match.
It's
A
good.
5-second match. Very
Let's
nice.
hear it for pizza time. That was incredible. The combination of both the intelligence from the software, but I think also Pizza Time's holding force on the ring was more than Matawari could overcome.
I don't know, Gunnar, it all happened too fast for me.
2 seconds.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
It looks like there's a...
There it is. Yuko. Yuko for Team Matawari.
It looks like Matawari had the force advantage there, Dave. That looked pretty
Well-
decisive to me.
They certainly seem to have more square footage on the deck with those interesting flat feet they've designed.
Yeah, they do have more surface contact area, and the bottom of each of those feet is lined with magnets.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1, go! Uh-oh, we have
Some communication issues. There it is.
Matawari once again. It looks like Pizza Time had some kind of failure there in control. They didn't even deploy their pusher mechanism.
Get the RC now. Yep.
So that ties it up. Matawari, Pizza Time are now tied up. So the decisive factor here will be the human control of the wheeled robots.
Yes.
So this is Pizza Time choosing the location. Now, I'll remind everyone that the Pizza Time under robot control finished rounds in about 2 or 3 seconds. Let's see how Pizza Time under manual human operation control faces off against Matawari. I still think Pizza Time has a force, just a brute force advantage here, Dave.
Okay, we're gonna on Noah's mark.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I think you're right, Gunnar.
Yuko. They're good. They're happy with their spot. They'll take it. Yep. Behind the Shaqiri line. Make sure behind the Shaqiri line, right? Yep.
That's not quite behind the line here.
Can you make sure behind the line, please? Okay, all right. Okay, very good.
3, 2, 1, go.
There it is. Good.
Little celebration spin there by Pizza
Yeah,
Time.
we saw that.
It's hard to do a victory lap in a 150 centimeter diameter circle.
Let's hear it for Pizza Time. The robot is so well attached,
Don't hurt
you can
yourself,
barely
Evan.
get it
All
off.
right. All right. Okay, let's take the ring. Who's next?
It's major size.
Major Sass returning to the ring after a decisive first round victory.
Major Sass against Omnoms in the autonomous category.
Now, what is this? Some kind of tool that they're using to set up. Dave, do you see this?
I do. It looks a little bit like a template or a little bit like a piece that came off prematurely.
Nice. Major Sass has taken the ring.
Yeah.
Omnoms are 220 pounds of downforce from Major Sass here. And that's why they use this tool so they didn't pinch their fingers when they're setting up the robot.
On Noah's mark. Yep.
Major Sass has taken the confident starting position here.
Ready, set, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Now this is fully autonomous operation. Oh, it touched.
All right.
I saw it, it touched.
Okay.
That's a score for Omnoms.
Touch the outside.
It is cantilevered beautifully out there, but at one point it did touch down.
Yep.
You guys reset and then they'll set up.
Yep.
I would call that an upset victory. I think Major Sass was a slight favorite going into that.
That's why they play the game.
They didn't get pushed out of the ring so much as they just drove out of the ring. The very fast, aggressive driving on behalf of Major Sass came back to bite them there a little bit, Dave. Just by being a little more conservative, Omnoms walks away with a point.
Anyone who can decode that semaphore message, let us know what it says.
Oh, that's over the line.
D-
Oh, folding up the...
E. J?
Very interesting.
Okay, on Noah's mark, when you guys are ready. Tyler, you need a minute?
Omnoms taking off, they took off the distraction flags. Confident that they don't need them this round, they walked away with a point. In 8 seconds.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
All right.
Darn those distraction
Major
flags.
Sass scores a point. It's gone rogue.
You know,
Major Sass has gone rogue. Major Sass has gone rogue. We need to call in the Robo Wrangler.
Did the kill switch not work? Oh, okay. Okay, good.
So because it's tied 1 point to 1 point, they will play again in autonomous mode. So far, the teams that have scored the point has just been because the other one walked out of the ring.
And yet you still say autonomous is superior to human-driven?
I see human-driven robots go outside of the ring also, Dave.
But they wanted to,
This-
Gunnar.
This bright white line, most of these robots have a sensor on the bottom that detects this bright white line on the outside of the ring.
ready, set, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, go. They put down their distraction flags and engage head to head. They're still in, still hanging on. No contact. No contact. Stop.
Stop.
So this one, you guys didn't have contact, so we're just gonna rematch now.
But the time.
The time remains. Yeah. So like, no one gets a Yuko. You just reset it and go again.
That's all.
No point awarded. They reached a point where they were stopped. They reached a point where the robots were locked and not moving, so the judge called that they were locked. So now no point was awarded, and they'll simply set up again.
Well, who sets up first? Help them.
It's the same as before, so I think you set first, right?
This has turned into quite a thriller of a round, Dave.
No, but
Tied at 1 point apiece. Different behavior each round. It's anybody's game. It's anybody's round, Dave.
I think we're okay right now.
What's up?
Okay, here we go.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
No robot contact yet. No, oh, that's down. Major Sass is down.
It appears. Hard to say, but maybe these flags are working.
Maybe the distraction flags are working. Let's hear it for Omnom sneaking away with a victory. All wounds were self-imposed, and now it's time for the walkers to face off.
Lorenzo wanted to appeal
Oh,
the last one,
yo, which one?
the one against Page Against the Machine, because he said that they were able to move. It's just the other robot was like pushing up against its legs, so it couldn't move, which was desperate against the walls because they're not allowed to obstruct movement of another robot.
He's pushing up against an exposed leg. He has to
Yeah.
have a shell protecting the leg, so
So I think we just let that lie.
Is that also the
we need to let that go.
Yeah.
And it's gonna have to
With magnets on the bottom.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at Omnoms waving their flag with confidence.
If teams are ready, we'll take Noah's mark here.
Ready, set, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, go. Look at that Chebyshev Lambda linkage for the
There
win.
it is.
Major Sass. This is kind of a classic Walker design that a lot of the teams adopted that Major Sass used. That's magnets on the bottom of a Chebyshev Lambda linkage.
Oh. Yeah.
ready, set, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, go.
That's game.
Okay.
Yuko.
That's the game for Major
2
Sass.
points for Major Sass. Next.
Next one is their
What,
So now we'll return the same robots, but this time they'll be operated by human.
Now, the rules also permitted the designers to use other ways of gripping the surface, such as vacuum, but that was determined through trial and error to suck.
So Major Sass actually has a different robot here. And what they're doing is they're flipping these up so that they're fit within the legal footprint, but these will actually come down once they start moving. Similar design, but a different actual robot, which you're allowed to do for the teleoperation phase of combat. That's cheating.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Omnoms seem to have a force advantage. Huge upset. 6 seconds.
Major sass.
Major Sass manages to pull off a point, but that I would not call that decisive, Dave. They have a 3D printed Toad rocket thing on top, missile Toad. Major Sass with the Toad rocket facing off against Omnoms.
On Noah's mark.
Set, 5, 4, 3.
3, 2, 1, go!
Next is pizza time.
I think intimidation is an
Pizza time
important
versus
factor.
Page coming up.
So maybe that Toad rocket made the difference.
Let's hear it for Major Sass! And let's get pizza time back on the field.
Versus Page against the machine, right? Yeah.
Page against the machine and pizza time.
This ought to be an interesting match, guys.
You guys have it first.
These are two teams that have had very strong showings.
Gunnar, have you changed your opinion at all about teleoperation versus autonomous mode?
I have not. And maybe after the trophy is hoisted, we can convince some of these teams to try it out. Pizza time versus Page against the machine.
You should have orange. Dave Jocelyn.
Page against the machine, generously offering what appears to be a harmless orange flag.
Okay, can you guys line up beyond the green line?
From their other bot.
Whoever's not. Yeah. On the green, beyond the green line. Yeah. That way we're not obstructing the view as much. Yeah.
Page against the machine has taken the ring here, Dave. They have ultrasonic sensors here to detect the robot in autonomous mode. Their flipper here
Oh, you want to be on the.
also has a little bit of a lever there so that it can't be flipped, but it does have leverage flipping the other robot.
I believe that's spring-loaded to allow for a little bit of the robot equivalent of rope-a-dope.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And they are fully autonomous at this point, Dave. Wow!
So what,
That was
what
incredible.
Was just being careful there, just to make sure.
That shows 4 seconds on the clock, Dave, but I think that might have been even faster. That's just incredible operation. There's no way a human operator could beat that.
Well, that's quite a lot of land speed they have there. Is that due to gear ratios?
I think so, Dave. I think it's part of their drive mechanism. And really key to the holding force strategy also is that they're able to retain quite a bit of holding force while going that fast.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ooh, is that a forfeit? Whoa. Hang on. Did we get a false start?
There was a false start, but
That somebody started early, right?
Oh, yeah, what am I saying?
Yeah, the team that false started also lost. Let's hear it for Pizza Time, another decisive victory.
So in other words,
Pizza Time!
okay. It's kind of like declining a penalty in football, right? Okay.
Pizza Time declines the penalty, and they go up 2-0 versus Page Against the Machine.
That's okay. That's okay. It's not like we've done this before. Okay. Yeah.
Now, Page Against the Machine is taking the ring first, Dave. They get to choose how they start. They're connecting their electronics. Remember that Page Against the Machine has electrically controlled magnets. That's just coils of copper that they run 24 volts through that helps them grab, and they can turn that on and off as the linkage goes around.
Can we set up beyond the green line? Only the person who's driving can be out here? Yeah, because we're trying to minimize the obstructed view. So whoever's driving can be here. But
Where could I get that sort of electromagnet, Gunnar, if I wanted to make my own bot?
These electromagnets, Dave, they're actually the electromagnets that are used in electrically locking doors that lock a strike plate.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Cue the ominous music. Now that's sumo.
Dave, Page Against the Machine, their linkage is a little over-constrained, and that makes those tight turns hard. They're good at going. Good goal. Those electromagnets really paid off there, Dave. The weakness, Page Against the Machine's weakness is those tight turns, but if it can get in a straightaway, it's got a lot of pushing force.
Yep.
So it's more about brute force than finesse.
Whoa, what happened? Oh. Let's do it again. Let's do
That
it
20
again.
centimeter square.
This Page, they're real sticklers on the rules there. Law-abiding citizens.
Pretty sure it was the scurv who brought it up.
I think Pizza Time's best strategy is a side attack. Their only hope is to get them from the side.
Can feel the earth trembling.
Oh.
Now we gotta, if they're stuck for 5 seconds.
Almost got stuck there. We're okay. That's it. Very nice. Very nice match. Let's hear it for Paige against the machine.
That's going to tie this up here, Dave, and that's going to leave the wheeled robots under human control as the deciding factor. These are definitely two final contestant level teams here, Dave.
Very nice.
Now, under computer control, Pizza Time had the advantage here. Three, two, one, go! Wow! Thank for the safety barrier. Let's hear it for Paige against the machine with the upset.
Saw my life flash before my eyes there.
Those weights sure come in handy, don't they?
The safety barrier played a key role there, keeping the professor safe.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, looks like a loss of control.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
But he forgot to plug it in.
What do we do?
And I suppose you're saying a computer wouldn't have forgotten to plug it in, Gunnar.
Oh, we could either count that as a warning. Should we say a warning?
Yeah, this is gonna, hang on, we're gonna issue a warning rather than, okay, and let's start again.
That's what the crowd wanted to see. The crowd wanted to see a fair fight.
Yeah, yeah.
A warning will be issued.
2 of those in a row would be a lost point. Okay.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Whoa!
Well, that's the most air we've seen
Pizza
so
Time
far.
caught some air. Let's hear it for Paige against the machine. So Pizza Time was a lot better under autonomous operation, and Paige against the machine was better under human operation. What does that say about these two teams, Dave?
Hard to say, Gunnar, but I know you have an opinion. And Elon Musk is in the wings, and he has an opinion too. Now, that issue of fitting into a 20-centimeter square, that really is important in this particular class of sumo robotics. There are 6 classes. This, believe it or not, is called Mega Sumo, also called Standard Class, where the machines are supposed to be 3 kilograms or less and fit in a 20-centimeter square with no height restriction. There are 2 much higher classes. There's heavyweight, where the machines can weigh up to 150 pounds and fit in a 2-foot cube. There is so-called lightweight, where the maximum is 50 pounds, also in a 2-foot cube. And then there are 3 much tinier classes, which we'll talk about shortly.
We're getting set up here for Major Sass versus Matawari. Major Sass coming off of a couple of impressive performances, facing a stiff competitor here in Matawari.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Go!
Mockery.
Rematch!
This is what happens when you switch positive and negative.
Let's just all collectively forget that the last 15 seconds happened. We have Team Major Sass coming off of 2 impressive performances, facing a stiff competitor in Matawari. This will be the autonomous round. That means that the microcontrollers on each robot will be fully in control of the robot. The humans have no role but to observe.
I think we could have guessed that from that last round, Gunnar.
Major Sass placed their robot first. There's a certain strategy that Matawari will use when they place their robot. They can choose a position that'll lead to a head-to-head conflict.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1, go.
Got to agree with you, Gunnar. Autonomous mode is a lot more fun.
The judge called that one off as well. We've had 12 exciting seconds of competition, and there's 12 seconds fewer on the clock, but there's really no idea who's the better robot at this point. We've not seen any engagement here between Major Sass and Matawari. Major Sass gets to place their robot first. And when they snapped and placed their robot, one of the ultrasonic sensors came loose, Dave, on Matawari.
As they say, it's all fun and games until someone gets an eye put out. They have to be behind the shikiri-sen, the starting lines.
Shikiri line, right? Yeah, Shikiri.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1, go.
I thought of a good epitaph for you, Gunnar.
I think it was a good decision to bring those sandbags over, Gunnar.
The sandbag and weights have really protected the announcing and professorial staff here.
Who are, of course, the 3 least important people on the stage at this time.
The TAs are cleaning the board, getting little robot bits off there. I wonder as the day progresses if some of these sensors aren't going to operate as well when the board gets progressively more scuffed up.
It's true, because underneath that black paint, which is just regular black paint, is a bright, shiny, silvery surface.
Major Sass positioning their robot strategically. Matawari looks like they lost an eye entirely. Actually, their eye is upward facing. And that's strategic, apparently, Dave. They're going to go with the upward facing eye. 2, 1, go. Woo! That's it. Well, I got to say, Dave, after many exciting rounds, that one wasn't.
No, but it was more representative of what conditions are like on the 110 today. This obviously is not easy. They have very limited time to design these bots. The rules keep changing over the course of the term, and they are under a very strict budgetary constraint. They can spend a total of $1,200 US on all 2 or 3 of their robots.
Ready,
3, 2, 1, go. Wait, pause. That wasn't a real go. We forgot to put some.
Before the 5 ended, so we just redo the 5. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, so no like counting.
No time elapsed, right? Okay, go.
Okay.
Ready, set, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, go. Matawari's now lost 2 eyes.
Okay.
Dave, that was the least impressive autonomous round. All of the other ones have been pretty
That took like a
engaging.
second,
Made you
that
think
one,
that
just
these robots were actually doing something.
Well, why do you suppose that is, Gunnar? Are the robots somehow losing their minds or changing their strategies?
Well, I saw a Matawari robot lose 2 eyes. 2 of the ultrasonic sensors
Okay, who plays
no
this
longer
first?
operate on that robot. I think they'll be in the back making repairs right now.
Okay, Matawari.
Right here.
Oh, sorry.
The line.
Major
line.
Sass walks away with a technical victory. That's not one that the crowd is particularly pleased about, Dave.
I think the crowd is happy just to see robots running into things. Expectations are not very high anymore, Gunnar.
ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
This looks like a pretty good match, Dave. I don't see a strong advantage on either side.
They're fighting.
Okay, we're
It is
gonna
the
have to
case
watch.
now.
We're gonna have to do 5-second counts here if you guys become immobilized.
I think that they're still mobilized.
Still moving.
These are 2 of the lowest mass robots in this competition.
Matawari has gotten underneath Major Sass's front there, and I think that's allowing them to get a little bit of
There's
motion
motion.
as they release some of that magnetic force.
1, 2, 3. There's motion.
No, the judges are still calling that motion. There's still a.
2, 3,
This is a judge's
4,
discretion on if they're
5.
stuck or not. They're stuck. Matawari lost some of the rubber that's between the magnets. That's going to change the way that the robot drives a little bit, but I still think it's going to operate, Dave.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why it's called a safety barrier.
That safety barrier could have hurt someone.
You guys need a timeout? Yeah, you can. You don't want to?
I don't think, no, I think we should take that.
There's a strategic discussion on the Major Sass charge about whether to take a timeout or not. They're discussing about whether they should take a timeout. I think they need a timeout to decide whether or not they should take a timeout.
While they're working on that,
Okay, we're calling it. Calling a timeout. Major Sass is calling a timeout.
Major Sass is calling a timeout after the robot got stuck. That's going to give us all a little break here to catch up on where the teams stand. And the standings are now up on the board here.
Nice.
Major Sass, the team who's calling the timeout, is winning right now with 6 total wins. Page against the machine.
A close second.
Close second at 5 total wins. Matawari is still fighting there, and Omnoms both with 1 total win. Pizza Time is also quite competitive with 3 wins.
So why is Pizza Time listed if they have 3 wins? Oh, okay. You'll fix that.
Why do you suppose Major Sass opted to take a timeout? And
So Pizza Time
can you
is
explain a
third.
little bit how these timeouts work, Dave?
Well, Gunnar, I think they heard one of the announcers saying they would be smart to take a timeout.
We asked them if they wanted to take a timeout.
Okay. That's not how it came across, but maybe that microphone is defective.
And
They have the option, right? They have the option to call timeouts.
certainly
It's
do
in the
have the
rules.
option.
It's in the rules.
each team gets 2 timeouts.
Correct.
And those 2 timeouts can be used up during this portion of the competition or in the tournament playoff portion.
They'll have 2 in the final single elimination round as well.
Now, if you've just joined us, what you are seeing here, or will be seeing shortly, is a robotics competition based loosely on the art of sumo. Unlike robotics competitions you often see on sports channels, the object is not to destroy your opponent, not even to flip your opponent, just to push your opponent out of the circle, or in some cases, tip your opponent over if possible. It's a little bit more elegant and refined because Caltech students are a little more elegant and refined. No, I just made that up.
But it's not technically called a circle. What is the technical name for that, Dave?
Technically, this ring is called the doyo, and the wrestlers are called rikishi, but we can call them sumobots.
And what is Matawari? One of the team names opted to use a technical sumo term as well.
Matawari, which you will wish I hadn't described to you after I do, is an exercise performed by real human sumo artists in which you sit on the floor doing a split and then lean forward, all 360 pounds of you, and touch your torso to the floor. Then you call for help getting up.
And that's where Team Matawari got their name.
That's right.
What are some of the other terms here related to sumo? Those lines?
Those lines are called shikiri-sen, which basically just means the starting lines. I'm about out of terms. The referee is the gyoji, but there are so many people telling us what's going on, I can't tell who the actual referee is.
I think the TA there is the official
Yeah,
referee
I think that's
making
right.
the final calls here.
All right. Well, a judges' conference is a mono-ii, which there have been several of, not always just involving judges, but sometimes involving announcers. Interestingly, if you are a human sumo wrestler, you are prohibited from driving a car, even if you could fit in one, and even if it wouldn't go up on the 2 wheels on the left side. You are, in fact, prohibited from driving a car. The life expectancy of professional sumo wrestlers is 60 to 65 years. Not too surprising with the bulk. 170 kilos is a pretty standard weight for a sumo wrestler these days.
Dave, I want to draw your attention to the 2 different courses we have set up here, the 2 different rings. The on-deck ring, that's what this ring, the competition ring, looked like when we started today.
It did. It makes me wonder whether they might consider swapping them out at some point, but nah. They're pretty heavy. These are made of 2 pieces of 3/4-inch plywood, one on top of the other. I guess maybe it's 4 total, but it's 2 thicknesses of it. And then 3 30-seconds steel on top of that, and then paint on top of that. They weigh a whole bunch.
Dave, I'm going to go to the back and check in on Major Sass. See how, just as I began to speak, Major Sass returning to the ring. What kind of repairs did you guys make?
Oh, a gear popped loose
so we had to go it.
A gear had come loose, Dave, and there's a set screw that keeps that gear from spinning on the shaft. And that set screw had to be tightened up. But it looks like Major Sass now is back in the ring.
For want of a set screw.
Both teams look to be good. Three, two, one, go. Uh-oh. It looks like Major Sass is pretty immobilized. Maybe that set screw. Oh, they can move backwards. Oh, here they go.
They have just
Major
shed a
Sass.
piece.
It looks like Matawari is able to get under. No! Major Sass!
A lot of money just changed hands in those last few seconds, Gunnar.
Major Sass comes back from the timeout with a strong performance. Now, the audience might not be able to see this, but sometimes Major Sass was getting underneath Matawari, and sometimes Matawari was getting underneath Major Sass. And I think that actually made a big difference. Once Major Sass was able to get and stay under Matawari, they were able to relieve some of the magnetic force on Matawari and really get a good push. But we might not see the same thing in this next round. It was definitely back and forth in terms of who had the dominance with the little scooper thing in the front.
Once again.
Let's hear it for Major Sass. That's going to give them the dominant position. And Major Sass's Toad missile. Oh, wait. Missile Toad. I get it now. Major Sass Missile Toad is back in the ring. Matawari's robot will be remotely operated this go round. Checking out the controls there.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Missile Toad for the win for Major Sass. I'm holding a little piece of a robot in my hand. It looks like a 3D printed piece of something. It's broken now.
It didn't come off the Toad, did it?
The Toad is fine, Dave. The Toad's fine.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Major Sass! Major Sass is going to climb the leaderboard more there, Dave. What do you think of their strategy to have two different robots for autonomous versus human operated?
You know, that cut into their budget somewhat. They are the only team with 3 bots rather than 2, but it seems to have been working effectively for them. They certainly seem to know how to take advantage of the principle of the conservation of momentum.
So those names are correct.
Continuing our discussion of the classes of sumo robotics. This, as I said, is standard class with a 3 kilogram maximum. In mini sumo, you have a 500 gram maximum on your bot, and it has to fit in a 10 centimeter square. That's about 4 inches on a side. In micro sumo, your bot cannot have a mass of more than 100 grams, which is about 4 ounces, and it has to fit in a 5 centimeter cube, about 2 inches on a side.
Okay, both teams are in the ring. Three, two, one, go.
Easy out.
Pizza time! Decisive autonomous victory. 2 seconds. That's a 2-second round, Dave. Do you think Omnon's going to do something different when they go to place their robot this time? Pizza time places first. Let's see what Omnom does here. They try to avoid a direct attack. Oh, but they're over the line there.
Over the line.
They're going to take Omnom's going to take the opportunity to come at a little bit different angle here. Stay out of a direct attack from Pizza Time. Omnom has their flags up, ready to confuse Pizza Time sensors. These two robots, Dave, are completely operated by their microcontrollers and the software that's inside of them.
5, 4, 3, 2.
1, go. Decisive engagement. Omnom is underneath Pizza Time. Judge's decision to end that round. Judge called a reset, Dave. That's the judge's decision based on the fact that they were locked up.
The bots appear to have welded themselves together in the heat of battle. These bots are mostly made of things like aluminum, as you can imagine. Steel parts could be a problem.
The motors on Pizza Time are so hot that
Replace her first. Yeah, as far back as possible.
Why do you think, Dave, the teams would want to be further back? Why would that give them an advantage in this competition? Why would they choose a starting position that was further toward the back?
Perhaps they are hoping that the other bot will spontaneously erupt in flames before they make contact, Gunnar.
3, 2, 1, go. Decisive victory by Pizza Time. That was about 1 second of playtime, Dave.
That was very quick.
Well, let's hear it for Pizza Time, walking away with 2 uncontested points.
Incidentally, we are in a lecture hall. If you have a question, do what you do in class, not sleep. Stick your hand up and say question very loud, and we will be happy to relay your question down.
The walker part of this competition, Dave, has not been either of these teams' strength. Omnom likes to wave their flag. That's just a control check. Kind of taunt the other robot here. It's pizza time versus Omnom. 3, 2, 1, go. I see a lost the flag. Omnom hanging on, hanging on. Dave, it looks to me like Pizza Time maybe has lost an entire side of their robot there. I haven't seen this side of Pizza Time move. Both robots seem partially disabled. That was a brutal, brutal match. Both robots are partially disabled.
Us losing our flag is a loss.
Well, we have to make a call. How much mass?
Omnom has lost one side. Pizza Time's lost one side. Both robots.
Stop the match. Stop the match. Stop the match. There's a rule that says when parts fall off, if they're more than 5 grams, that is a loss. So we need to weigh that part. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Lorenzo knows the weight of the part, so
Because
the
the
time wins it.
Because the flag fell off, and the flag weighs 25 grams. That is more than the 5-gram limit. Is it a 5-gram limit on parts falling off?
5-gram limit to what can fall off a robot and be permissible. This is greater than 5 grams.
Shows the importance of a flag,
That is a
Dave.
correct ruling, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that is a correct
I think they're calling,
point
the judges have called the round for Pizza Time because Omnom lost their silly flag. And Pizza Time is calling a timeout, folks. An entire side of the Pizza Time robot is not moving. Pizza Time has called a timeout. Meanwhile, Omnom, rather than going back to the pits, is going to give you the joy of seeing them repair their robot on camera. Pizza Time is going to the back to work on their robot. Meanwhile, Omnom is here. They're going to try to get theirs working. And I see some major damage here. Not just the silly flag that's lost, but some major damage to these linkages. And one whole side, it looks like it's not operating.
Oh, surely nothing that WD-40 and duct tape can't fix.
Let's hear it for Omnom repairing their robot in the ring rather than in the back. Do you think that's a strategic decision, Dave?
I think they're just tired of being crammed in there with 31 other people.
Omnom has replacement parts already made up. There's just a set screw holding these linkages onto some of these shafts, and that seems to be a weak point here, Dave.
And it looks like an IKEA Allen wrench they're using to set it.
Why is it not a set screw? Oh, I see. Right. I see. Correction, it's not actually a set screw they're tightening. It's actually more of a clamp.
Current standings, you can see there on the board, Major Sass still in the lead, followed by Page Against the Machine, Pizza Time, Matawari, and Omnoms. There really isn't room for more than about 2 people plus Gunnar to hover over that bot as it's being fixed. So you can imagine that when there are repairs to be done, an entire team can't really be involved. Now imagine if this were the smallest class of sumo bots, the so-called nano sumo, in which the entire bot has to fit in a cube 2.5 centimeters on a side, slightly smaller than a 1-inch cube.
We have about a minute and 15 seconds or so left remaining in the timeout, Dave.
A lot can happen in a minute and 15 seconds, Gunnar, as we have seen.
Omnom's walker bot seems to be back in shape, a relatively minor repair here. I haven't talked to them about what happened with their flag. I'm going to kind of inspect that myself. Let's not forget about this flag, team. Oh, that was an epoxy failure.
Are those not standard off-the-shelf parts, Gunnar?
Oh, but I guess you don't want, or zip tied on there.
Where did that flag come from, Gunnar? Is that something you can get in a kit? He's ignoring me until I ask a sensible question.
I'm not sure where the flag came from. On this particular robot, they had the flag mounted to the servo with just epoxy. It was just a metal plastic bond with epoxy that failed.
And
Silly way to lose a match, but they still haven't come up with a solution. They could just zip tie the flag to the robot or just shove it through the wires or something like that. They haven't made up their mind how they're going to attach the flag yet.
Gunnar owns an engineering company, in case you're wondering. If you would like to see more of these strand bots in action, I do recommend that you go looking for them on YouTube. In fact, you can also find the strand beasts, spelled with 2 E's, created by Theo Janssen, the inventor who has been designing them for the last 32 years. Every Dutch winter, he sits inside and designs a new beast. And in the spring, he takes them out and takes them for a walk on the beach. It usually takes him most of the summer to get most of the bugs out. So the fact that these teams are able to get their bugs out in one term, or in some cases in a minute and 15 seconds, is quite remarkable.
Oh, the little one that you were using a second. Appreciate that.
And another timeout has been called, so there will be another 4 minutes. Restrooms, in case you're wondering, are where the crowd is going, just outside the door. The real art of sumo is at least 15 centuries old. It's thought that it originally comes from a stylized version of an agricultural ritual dance involving hopes for a good harvest. The sumo that we do here is really more in hopes of an improvement to the microchip supply chain.
The Omnoms team is reworking some linkages here, Dave. They have spare parts made up in advance. In order to replace a linkage, they have to remove a little snap ring that keeps the linkage from sliding out along the edge of the shaft. So they remove the snap ring and pop another snap ring on there, and then the other side of the linkage, the fixed side, there's a little screw that clamps down on the other side of the linkage. So that's what they're doing here. Pretty minor mechanical work. They're just testing all the pieces of the walking linkage and making sure that they're operating smoothly and getting a couple of them replaced while they have the opportunity. They didn't call the timeout, but they're taking advantage of the timeout to put on some spare parts.
Gunnar, just eyeballing it, roughly how many moving parts do you see on that bot?
I see about 325 total parts, Dave. There's 325 parts in the CAD model of the robot. Now, you asked me about moving parts. That's a different question. To look at that, we'll consider everything that's attached to the chassis as being fixed and everything that moves relative to the chassis as being moving. There, the base 4-bar linkage has 3 moving parts because one part of a 4-bar linkage is considered to be the chassis. So that's the base part of the 4-bar linkage. There's 3 moving parts, but then hanging off that linkage, there's 3 more linkages that form the foot that hang off the base 4-bar linkage. And there are 8 total feet. So 8 times about 3 plus 7, something like that, is the total number of moving parts approximately. But I guess I didn't include the drive shaft. Those parts also move.
And don't the teams often fabricate their own transmissions?
Yeah, most of the teams use transmissions that they build themselves. They don't cut the gears. They buy the gears, but they build the boxes and the shafts.
This is a singularity
Down to the last minute or so of the timeout.
About 1 minute left in the timeout. It looks like the Omnoms linkage here is having a little issue. We have about 60 seconds left to get that sorted out, Dave. And much to the chagrin of the audience, Omnoms is actually considering calling their own timeout to further extend this delay if they can't get this linkage fixed here.
Well, that gives me time to tell you that Paul Stovall has just informed me that actually many of the teams did cut their own gears using the water jet.
Oh, wow. We're reaching the end of the timeout. Omnoms is still doing major surgery on one of their linkages. Pizza Time, however, looks like they've finished up their repairs. Now, I lost track of where we were in the competition. Pizza Time had taken the autonomous portion in a unanimous decision, and then we'd moved on to the walker portion.
If you're just joining us, we're on a timeout here. The 3rd or 4th or 5th timeout in a row at this point. But very soon we will have bots back in the circles competing. There's a certain amount of leeway given in the ME72 finals for repairs to be made because that's what engineering is. Testing things, breaking things, fixing things better.
What was the problem that broke that side? Electrical, mechanical? Wow.
They are. Okay, great. We're back in business.
Everybody's back. Here we go. It looks like Omnom was able to get that last linkage repaired. The strategic decision to stay in the ring bought them the extra 10, 20 seconds they needed
both
to
teams are
get the
ready.
linkage repaired without calling a timeout.
All right, here we go.
Meanwhile, Pizza Time replaced a mechanical issue, also a drive shaft related issue at one of the joints there. They required significant disassembly to get to that piece, replace it, and reassemble. So if you remember the last time these robots faced off, they both ended up completely immobilized, and now they're both repaired and ready to compete.
Let's clear those things out.
There's no flag.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Pizza Time coming back. Let's hear it for Pizza Time!
That's a Yuko.
All right, RC next.
Both teams able to fix their bots and face off for another victory by Pizza Time. That's going to give Pizza Time the advantage 4-0. The next competition will be the two wheeled robots facing off remotely operated. This is going to allow Pizza Time to climb the standings a little bit if they can win this decisively.
Yeah, you guys are yeah.
Now, Dave, the judges have been pretty much ignoring the whole flag thing. The whole you have to have a flag thing. Some of the robots don't have flags.
Right, I believe that that is in the rules largely to make it easy to tell the machines apart, but that has not been an issue so far. What looks like a yellow flag on the GoPro view is actually bright Caltech orange.
Three, two, one, go. If Pizza Time can win this next one, it'll be a complete shutout, Dave. Have we seen a complete shutout yet today?
Oh, I don't know, have you been following the score?
This might be the first complete shutout. Most of the rounds have been pretty competitive.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3,
2, 1, go. Oh,
Let's hear it for Pizza Time!
wow. Wow. Pizza Time just...
That's a complete shutout by Pizza Time. They're going to be very competitive with Major Sass now for that top-ranked position.
And the reason Pizza Time drove their bot right off the circle just then was, of course, to make it easier to pick it up. They didn't have to fight those magnets.
I have a question. So after the false start last match, I just want to clarify one
It's ready. 5.
So on 5, I should plug in? Well, so on 5. You've not timed it.
I would start moving on the word set because it's ready,
That's
set.
what we tried last
what we
time and
did,
we had a
and then we
false
got a
start.
false
I see. And you're going to start. All right, get in there.
Wait, who's up next? Oh, Pam Vismiller. Major Sass is in the top rank with 8 wins, Pizza Time at 6. And Paige Against the Machine is taking the field with 5 wins in the 3rd place position. Paige Against the Machine will face off against Matawari. This is fully autonomous operation. Both teams look to be ready. The judges are double checking.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1, go. Paige Against the Machine operating very methodically. Paige Against the Machine gets the
Nice
That's
job.
it! Oh! Ah. They'll face off again. Let's see if Paige Against the Machine can get another win.
Ready, set, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1, go. What? Let's hear it for the Paige bot. Paige bot, completely autonomous, wins 2 decisive rounds. That's going to give them a 2-0 head start going into the Walker portion.
Gunnar, what do you suppose happened there that caused Matawari to drive straight out of the circle? Sensor failure?
I think a lot of these sensors, as the day goes on, the wiring is certainly presenting a problem to a lot of these sensors.
Not you, Ariel.
4,
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Paige Against the Machine.
oh, smoke. Turn that up. Pull the wire. There's smoke coming out of that.
Smoke. Let's hear it for Paige Against the Machine. No. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but from here I can actually hear the electromagnets turning off and turning
yes.
on.
Oh, it was very
each
clear.
step of the Paige Against the Machine.
There was also
bot
a piece of
pushing.
shrapnel I saw come this way. Okay.
Logan, are we good?
Matawari is considering a
That was
timeout given the smoke
clear.
situation.
See the walking and the traction. There was no question that it was.
Matawari is going to plug back in. Despite the smoke, the Matawari bot seems to be moving just fine, Dave.
Yes, where do you think that smoke was coming from, Gunnar?
You guys have any idea where the smoke came from? What happens is those motors get really hot, Dave, and it burns the first thing to go is the enamel around the copper wiring in the motor. It makes a very particular smell when that enamel starts to burn, but the motor can continue to operate as long as it's not a catastrophic short in all that copper windings in the motor. The judges will stop the round if they see flames. I'm trying to convince them that smoke is part of the game.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Once. No, it's not over. It's not over.
Oh, there it is.
Page
Remember that it
against
has
the
to stop.
machine.
Very good.
So add 2 seconds to that.
So this is
Let's go, Ricketts.
so 44. All right, you guys have 5 minutes to do. Oh, sorry, I forgot. After this, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, they'll give them a little buffer.
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't need,
Right now, Page Against the Machine has a 4-0 advantage this round. They will place their bot strategically. Matawari and Page Against the Machine will be manually operating the robots. Three, two, one. I see a magnet on the field there. Page takes it again. Now, do we have to weigh that magnet to see if it weighs more than 5 grams or not? Five-zero advantage for Page Against the Machine versus Matawari.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
It's a total shutout for Page Against the Machine. Okay.
because Page goes back to back, we need to give them a little time to recharge batteries, etc.
We're going to take a 5-minute break now as Page Against the Machine will be back in the next round.
Against Major Sauce.
And they'll be facing off against a crowd favorite and point leader, Major Sass. So they're both tied at 8 wins apiece. And this next round in the round robin, Dave, could be a preview of the finals. We're going to have Major Sass and Page Against the Machine facing off in 4 minutes. Don't go away, folks. I'm looking at the more detailed scoreboard here, Dave. What you see on this scoreboard is just the number of wins. And there, Major Sass and Page Against the Machine are tied at 8 wins apiece. But if we dig deeper into the yuku, or the points, we see that Page Against the Machine has 16 points. But at 17 points, the point leader is Major Sass. So though they're tied in number of wins when they come into the next round, Major Sass is a slight technical favorite here, Dave. The other thing that's very impressive, looking at these little bit more detailed statistics here, Dave, is the time to win. Major SAS is dominating in that category at 25.2 seconds per win, as compared to Page Against the Machine, which is at 45.1. So although the Page boys here seem to be a little more vocal, Major SAS is putting up the better numbers, Dave.
That's right, Gunnar. There are certainly multiple factors that go into the scoring, and some of the tie-breaking criteria include losses, wins, lightest weight, and total time per match win.
And the fascinating thing about these two teams, Dave, is that down to the 100th of a kilogram, Major SAS and Page Against the Machine weigh the exact same. So weight, which would usually be the tiebreaker in a sumo competition, cannot break this tie. So in that sense, if you look at where the competition stands now, they're tied in number of wins, they're tied in weight, but Major SAS has one more Yoko point. So on Yuko points, right now Major SAS is winning the competition. But we have a long way to go.
It's a very complicated system. We just like to see robots bashing into one another. Now, you were wondering about that smoke that we saw earlier. Technically, according to the international regulations, sumo robots must not emit smoke or fire. That, of course, is subject to the judge's discretion. Sometimes smoke is really just sort of a happy aura. They must also not leak, stain, or soil. They must not disperse powder, grit, or grime, or spray, throw, or use projectiles. So far, we haven't seen any deliberate throwing of projectiles. We've just seen pieces coming off. Pretty standard. I have an 06 Camry, happens all the time.
There's another category that doesn't count towards the winner, but matters to the audience, and that is the number of timeouts the team has taken. And let's give a round of applause to Page Against the Machine, who hasn't taken any timeouts.
Wow.
Several of the other teams are using up their timeouts, Dave, but Page Against the Machine is showing up like true competitors and never taking a timeout. Page Against the Machine, it has been announced, is taking a timeout. So, Page Against the Machine is hereby called a timeout. It'll be 5 minutes. We have about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in their timeout.
Now, along with high-powered magnets, including electromagnets, and vacuums, another potential device that can be used on these bots is especially sticky tires. I think none of the bots we see today have especially sticky tires. Some of them tested it and determined that it did not give them enough of an advantage. And in fact, there is a limit to the amount of stickiness. According to the international rules, your tires cannot pick up and hold a standard 3x5-inch index card for more than 2 seconds.
And we see Major SAS lining up in the on-deck ring here. Making some very minor modifications to this kind of dozer scoop feature in the front, Dave. And sometimes that can be a little bit hard for the television audience to see exactly what's going on there. But in some of the closer rounds, what really matters is which team manages to get under the other team, thus decreasing the other team's ability to stay attached to the ring surface. So they're making slight adjustments, kind of trimming it in, getting as close as possible without digging into the surface. And that's the adjustment that Major Sass is making here right now to their walker robot, anticipating that next competition.
But there is some additional strategy to that, Gunnar, that involves awareness of the footprint of your opponent. If, for instance, your opponent has 2 magnets abaft of its rear wheels, then if you try to pry it up from the front, you're actually pushing those magnets closer to the surface. So that may be a case where you want to come at it from the side or behind.
And that's the subtlety of really what is the art of sumo robotics, Dave.
Or you could just slam into them.
Dave, this next round in some ways could be a preview of the final match. These are the 2-point leaders going head-to-head here. However, having witnessed these competitions for years, as you and I have, we both know that at the ME72 competition, anything can happen. And sometimes late in the round robin and into the playoffs, it does just become a battle of endurance. Which of the robots are better built to handle the abuse round after round after round?
That is very true, Gunnar. And also, of course, these teams have a limited number of batteries and a limited time to recharge them. And we often see bots getting weaker and weaker as the day wears on and on.
We certainly have seen that. There's more and more debris, there's more smoke, and sometimes the performance of the robot decreases. But we've also seen teams in the back making code changes and making mechanical changes and making improvements. So even though we have 2 clear point favorites at this point in the day, there's still anything that could happen. And there will be playoffs after the round robin.
Getting down to the end of this timeout. The judges reappear.
How many more in the round robin?
Now, we've been playing a little bit fast and loose with the difference between mass and weight. Technically, these bots are limited in terms of their mass. So you could not, for instance, get away with a much heavier bot by attaching a big helium balloon to it. We have resisted the temptation to honor Archimedes by putting the bots in water to see what their mass is. But we could do that.
You guys are SAS, right? Page against machine. Dave, I noticed that Page Against the Machine was making the same kind of small micro tweaks to their scooper dozer front there that we saw SAS making. That's actually why they took the timeout, was to adjust that and optimize that a little bit.
It's a
Now
game
Page
of
Against the Machine is all
angstroms.
charged up. Major Sass is all charged up. Both teams are ready.
4, 3,
1, go! And Page Against the Machine gets it!
1.
Now these 2 teams are tied in Yuko points, Dave. They both have 17 for the day. Page Against the Machine coming back. with a quick 4-second victory there.
Because you beat them, you said it first.
Now, there is some strategy to how these robots get placed before the round. In this case, Page Against the Machine will choose their placement first.
I didn't see shoveling action in that last round there, Gunnar. I saw slamming and brute forcing action.
Look at Major Sass's position. It looks like they're choosing to go head-to-head rather than taking Page Against the Machine from the side. That's interesting to me, Dave.
They also have 10 individual tangs that they can adjust the position of on their front.
Are we ready? Are we ready?
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
It looks like Major Sass is not moving at all. Whoa! Judge calls a rematch.
Yeah, we have to. I'll help you. I will help you.
That's the one thing I keep forgetting.
I will do it. I will do it.
Once again, Page Against the Machine
We'll
will be able
count
to
any of
choose
those
their starting
5-second
position.
things out loud from here on out, so you can hear them. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Very hard. Yep.
Let's see if Major Sass changes their starting.
Okay. Here we go.
Major Sass taking a more side angle this time. Three, 2, 1, go.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stop, reset, right? Or
No.
no.
So actually, they got stuck, whereas they could move.
Okay.
So actually, rules, they could
Major Sass became
Okay. So let's review that.
immobilized.
That's important. 1 second.
That's twice in a row that Major Sass became immobilized. That's looking very favorable for Page Against the Machine.
So one team was moving freely while one was stuck. So there may be a point awarded there. Okay. We're going to confirm that. Yeah. That's a point awarded. Do you understand why? Okay.
You are wondering why the Major Sass machine didn't just pull itself back into the circle. You're thinking four-wheel drive. In fact, many of these machines have 2 drive wheels
Can they
in the
just
rear
pick
and
whatever
just
side they want?
2 casters in the front.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Sure.
Look at these competitors, Dave. They're not being strategic at all. They're just going to go face to face, head to head. These are 2 sumo competitors, Dave.
They
Page
certainly
Against
are.
the Machine has the electromagnetic advantage with its actuated force that holds down each linkage as it goes down.
But Major Sass has a scary face on the front.
I saw a piece fall. Oh, I see multiple pieces coming off of Page Against the Machine. I see linkage bits in the ring. They forfeit. Page Against the Machine forfeits. They leave linkage bits.
End of their streak.
There is carnage in this ring, Dave. There's like little bits of aluminum. I definitely saw it come off of your robot.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's the crank. It's ours. It's for sure ours. We found it. Let's go.
These strand bots can execute some walking motions that look quite complex, but for the most part, they are just driven by a circular drive, and with just a few triangles, you can get that kind of complex motion.
RC, right?
Strategic decision by Page against the machine to forfeit against Major Sass for the Walker portion.
To protect the integrity of the bot.
It's a very interesting strategic decision to hold on to the integrity of the bot for the playoffs. I definitely saw parts coming off of Page against the machine over here, Dave. And
From the crank, apparently.
that's going to make it 2-2. And so this round will be decided by the manually operated wheeled robot portions, and those robots are taking the ring.
They're currently tied, but in the seed it's Major Sass first, so I think I'll just go with
Major Sass.
Major Sass. Sorry, you guys.
Major Sass sets up first. Yeah.
Major Sass is positioning their robot first.
This one has a smiley face on the front. We'll see whether that intimidates the other bot even worse.
You know, that Page walking robot, it actually doesn't have a scoop. It just has a flat
He always
face. It
does.
doesn't try to scoop. It just uses the force advantage of its electromagnetic actuators.
All right, here we go.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The deciding round!
See anything come off there, Gunnar?
Wow!
How do we make that call?
That-
How do we call that one?
Well,
Whose part flew off and who went out of bounds?
who's
right?
part? I think Page part flew off and they went out of bounds.
Okay,
it's Major Sass.
Major Sass
Sass.
crushes Page against the machine!
We had a part fly off. I wanted to make sure I knew whose part that was.
Yeah, that's
right.
theirs.
Okay.
That's top.
All right.
That was just
very interesting.
a head-to-head smash, Dave.
It's what at least some of our audience came here for.
All right, here we
Gunnar.
go. Getting
That was
ready.
not a match of wits at all.
Here we go.
Match of welds.
Go!
No.
Another decisive victory for Major Sass! Major Sass with the come from behind
Turning out to be an
win.
epic battle.
They were down 2-0, Dave, after the autonomous portion, and they came back to crush Page against the machine. Let's hear it for Major Sass, the point leader coming into this round and the point leader coming out of this round. There are 2 more rounds in the round robin. That's 2 more rounds in the round robin. And then we will move on to
Matawari,
the
Omnoms, I
playoffs.
believe, right? Matawari and Omnoms. Yep.
Omnoms and Matawari.
Matawari, come on out. Get them set up on the.
Oh, this was for the last spot.
Matawari and Omnoms.
This is for the 4th seed. An important match. Okay.
These 2
So
teams,
go ahead and get Matawari set up, and then we can go.
these
A very important match.
timeout called, folks. We got 5 minutes.
Whoa.
Matawari and Omnoms are facing off here in the final match.
I'm not going to take a 5-minute timeout.
Now, even
This match will determine who gets to go to the playoffs because we have 5 teams, but only 4 get to go to the playoffs. And the 2 teams with the fewest number of points right now are Matawari and Omnoms. And they will be facing each other for that playoff spot. And Dave, I think you'll remember we have had teams come in that final playoff spot that end up hoisting the trophy.
That's very true. The machines are learning all the time, and the teams are learning all the time, too. And again, sometimes there are factors that are more or less out of a team's control. So yes, this ring is getting somewhat scuffed up. You can even see it on the GoPro view. In lieu of a Zamboni, we've had a couple of TAs with some cleaning fluid. But there are places where the metal underlayer is showing through. That may confuse some IR sensors.
Okay. But this is the last one in the round robin. So this is the final round in the round robin. This will determine which of these two teams, Matawari or Omnoms, continues into the playoffs. There is some discussion among the judges about whether they will redo an earlier match where there was that 5-second false start penalty applied. That's being discussed among the judges. That might take place between the round robin and the start of the playoffs.
Now, you might think that it's always an advantage to make your robot more massive. Certainly in some of the head-to-head combat we've seen, that appears to have been a deciding factor. But keep in mind that a more massive machine is also harder to stop once it gets going.
I'd also point out, Dave, that Omnoms is the heaviest of the robots, and right now they're competing for that last spot in the playoffs. A couple of things are happening as the day goes on. The sensors on the robots are getting a little more beat up. They're not quite aligned as well. They're not holding on as well. I saw some of the ultrasonic sensors actually come completely off. So the robots are certainly taking a beating in terms of their sensors and alignment, and that's some of the things that the teams are addressing right now in the back.
Now, it may be the case that you can reprogram your machine to ignore sensor input that you know is invalid, but of course that's also like covering one eye.
The other thing that's going on is the ring itself is getting a little dinged up. It's getting scratched up a lot, which could cause the downward looking sensors that determine the black ring from the white border here could be getting messed up by all these scratches. We're considering actually switching these two rings for the final match so we have a completely fresh playing ground.
But wouldn't you think that a well-debounced sensor could tell the difference between a scratch 1 millimeter wide and a white ring 5 centimeters wide, Gunnar?
I think so. I think that sophisticated enough software could tell the difference. However, we want a fully compliant, fair match. And if the rings are scuffed like this, for example, here and here, that creates a difference, an asymmetry between the two sides, and it's no longer a completely fair Sumobot competition. And we always stress fairness and equity in these matches, and so I think in the final rounds, I do anticipate that we will use the fresh ring as the competition ring. Dave, it's now 2 p.m. We're finishing up just in the round robin. We have one more round in the round robin. The format, can you tell us a little bit about the format of the playoffs, of the tournament?
In the final tournament, 2 teams will go up against each other, and then 2 other teams will go up against each other, and then the winners of those will go against each other, and the losers of those will go against each other.
Here we go.
So just a classic 4-seed playoff tournament.
Yes.
We have Omnom and Matawari now competing for that. A little change in the rules as the days has gone on, Dave. Now nobody cares about this whole carrying the white or orange flag thing. We've kind of given up on that.
I don't think you can say that nobody cares. Some of us are taking it harder than others.
Omnom has these deployable white flags. What those are meant to do is confuse the autonomous mode of the other robot. You can think of them as kind of like flares, like the flares that aircraft use to confuse heat-seeking anti-aircraft weaponry.
You will also notice them
Noah.
going up in a victory salute at certain times.
On Noah's mark.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
There's that victory salute we talked about.
That happened in 3 seconds, and Omnoms drove off the ring. Matawari did not even move, and walks away with a point. Sometimes the best strategy, Dave, is doing absolutely nothing. I hear some chatter over there from Omnoms. What do you hear, Dave? Something about the line sensor not working?
I can't say anything because I don't want to give any kind of advantage to Matawari. Plus, I didn't really understand it.
So it's 2 in the round robin. Yeah, you guys used 2.
Omnom has already used their 2 timeouts, so unfortunately they won't be able to take another one.
Well, hang on, I don't think is it operational? Can you battle? Can you battle? Yeah. Okay.
Who knows what will happen?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Whoa. What's happening here? Aha. Omar!
What's happening?
Honestly, it's something. I didn't move.
A big piece came loose, but I think it was after the fact.
Sumo is a mind game, Dave. Omnom had the audience completely confused, had Matawari completely confused.
I think Omnom was confused too, but they caught a good tailwind or something with those little flags of theirs. Off they went.
And that's going to tie it up at 1 point apiece.
What's the situation?
I was just telling her, like, if it's not starting, I just know. Just check. You'll be good? Okay, sure. All right.
Now, this is a Caltech audience, so it probably goes without saying, but if you're wondering what prevents a team from sneaking in during autonomous competition and actually teleoperating, The Caltech honor system is what prevents that. You'll see them turn the bots on, and you might see them engage a victory salute at the end, but in between, you can only blame the bots.
Here we go. This is still autonomous operation. In the first round, Matawari didn't move and Omnom drove off the edge. The second time, Matawari didn't move and Omnom pushed Matawari off the edge. This right here, Dave, could decide who gets to proceed into the playoffs.
I'm curious to see what Matawari's strategy will be.
2, 1, go!
Yuko.
Let's hear it for Omnom!
See, now they're in the championship.
Matawari failed
so
to
they
move
are.
after 5 seconds.
Meanwhile,
Omnom.
Omnom moved for 5 seconds without driving out of the ring! Omnom versus Matawari now for the Walker portion.
Hey, who's setting up first?
Matawari.
Matawari.
You
Matawari.
guys are first.
Matawari first. I'm just standing bot setup.
Again, audience, if you have any questions for anyone, just shoot a hand up and shout question, and we will come to you. Because frankly, Gunnar and I are about out of ideas.
Matawari here lining up versus Omnom. Omnoms have made some multiple adjustments and repairs to that linkage, but both bots seem to be in fine working order.
Wasn't us. No, I remember seeing that happen as.
That's down. That's down.
It is down.
That's it.
Matawari walks away. Matawari walks away undamaged and now tying it up 2-2.
Uh-oh.
It seems like Omnom is definitely having some issues there. I think the linkage could be getting into a singularity configuration, Dave.
Is that right, Gunnar?
Yes, certain linkages, including 4-bar linkages, can reach a configuration where when the rotary actuator tries to spin, it's not going one way or the other, it's just stuck and trying to make the linkage longer. And that's a problem that Omnom was concerned about, and it seems to be manifesting itself here in this round.
How do you fix that problem, Gunnar?
Well, they can adjust the alignment and the phasing of the mechanism just a little bit. And that's what they're trying to do, even though they're not taking a timeout. It looks like they're just going to have to go. Interesting strategy. They faced around backwards.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Matawari
All right.
takes the 3-2 advantage.
Very good. Make sure you get the time, right? Yes.
If Omnon's going to go into the playoffs, Dave, They're going to have to come up with something in the next competition, which will be the two-wheeled robots against each other.
Oh, so this determines the fourth seed. Can I say that out loud? This determines the fourth seed?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, confirm that? No? Oh, right.
No, but if they lose this and then they win against Paige, they still.
So let's not say anything. Okay, let's not. Who sets up first?
Matawari again.
Okay.
Could all come down to the strategy of this placement.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Whoa! Look at that. Oh, nice. Nice match.
That was Omnoms, right? That was Omnoms.
Omnoms score a point there, Dave. That means that they are tied up, and they're tied up to determine who will go into the playoffs.
Well, but we do have a makeup match coming up. Remember that one? So
We do have one match that we're going to redo after this, but this could be decisive,
so
Dave.
yeah. So we have to be careful. Right? Yeah. Too many what ifs right now. Yeah.
Still, it's interesting that even being pushed from the side, Matawari was able to hold on for several seconds.
Ready, set, 5, 4, 3, 2.
1, go. Omnoms take the point. That's 4-3 Omnom win in this round. That's the final of the round robin. But we're going to consult with the judges because there was a question earlier regarding a 5-second false start, and they're deciding whether they want to have a makeup round.
So I'm going to give them the option. They're ready to advance regardless. They're going to advance as the fourth seed. I see. So I'm going to go check on that. I'm going to go check on that because they're going to advance anyway. So I'm going to see the result.
Yeah,
Because he's made it.
Yeah.
Let me go get an answer from him. But he may feel okay. Let me just.
This is the.
1 second.
These are the final standings after the round robin. Coming in first place is Major Sass. Crushing Paige Against the Machine in a what could be a preview of the finals. But Paige Against the Machine is in second place with 9 total wins. Pizza Time has 6 wins, but that belies their performance a little bit, I think, Dave. They've really been showing quite strong through the rounds. That's the end of the round robin. We're ready to go into the playoffs. And these 4 teams, Sass, Paige Against the Machine, Pizza Time, and Omnoms will be proceeding into a single elimination playoffs. And it looks like for the playoffs, we're switching out the boards.
Now you'll see
Dave?
how heavy this doyo ring is.
Woo! So with 4 seeds and a single elimination, Dave, that means that there will be a total of 4 rounds because the 2 losers will play each other.
Okay.
The 2 losers from the first round will play each other.
All right, so this will be the 1 versus 4 seed coming up in the thing, but we're going to take 7 minutes to let teams kind of pull it together.
That's correct, Gunnar.
7 minutes, okay?
Incidentally, the TAs for this course always do at least as much work as the students and the professor. Not just moving big, heavy discs around, but all the work they do creating the playing field in the first place, setting up the scoring system, and keeping an eye on all of the students.
Yeah.
We have a fresh ring set up now. And Dave, the first heat will be Omnom versus SAS.
No, I'm so happy you like this.
One of those will proceed to the finals. And then Page Against the Machine versus Pizza Time will play to see who goes to the finals. What's your anticipation with respect to this first heat of SAS versus Omnons?
I've learned to trust nothing other than brute force and momentum, Gunnar. And based on the momentum that Omnoms was just showing, anything is possible.
Dave, with the end of the round robin, I'm going to review some of the deeper level statistics here. So, of course, we have Major SAS with 10 wins, and they have a total of 21 Yuko points. So 21 Yuko points on 10 wins. Major SAS also has an average time to win of 22.9 seconds. Meanwhile, Page Against the Machine here, which is ranked second with 9 total wins, has 18 Yuko points and an average time per win of 46.2 seconds. Pizza Time has had a strong showing, is actually faster win times at 31.5 seconds per win, Dave. And a total number of points of 12 Yuko points. So Pizza Time is still quite competitive. Major SAS and Page Against the Machine weigh the exact same amount, the total weight of the bots being 9.14 kilograms. Pizza Time is actually underweight compared to those two at 8.93. And that's a strategic advantage, Dave, because in the event of a tie, the tiebreaker could be the weight. So if Pizza Time can hang in there and force things to a tie, they will walk away with that beautiful ME72 arc gear segment there beneath the screen.
And it is beautiful.
Yeah. And I believe we are going to play the first and fourth first. Is that correct? So that'll be SAS versus Omnoms. Omnoms will be playing 2 times in a row there after struggling into the playoffs.
Thanks to all of you who have stuck with us since the beginning, so many moons ago it seems. We're sure you have something better to do, and we appreciate your choosing not to do it.
What does auton mean? Dave, I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna get water. Two and a half minutes until the playoffs begin.
Also, thanks to all of you who are watching us remotely. We see there's quite a lot of activity going on in the chat, and that's always nice. Always.
I texted some people and they're watching it.
I think I'd love to know how many. We'll try to get a count as to how many people called in. Great. Find out how many people called.
Tommy points out in the chat, robot go boom.
Neuron activation. Yeah. Major Sass is coming out from the robot pits and taking the ring for the first heat of the playoffs. Their autonomous operation has been quite impressive. The theory behind the front, the scooping mechanism here, Dave, quite interesting. I'm not sure that I fully understand the articulated scooping mechanism that Major Sass has. It just flops. It just totally, I see. Oh.
We have our Doyo cam back.
It's like, yeah. So the way the Major Sass scooping works, Dave, is it has multiple teeth. Rather than a single blade, it has multiple teeth. Each tooth is spring-loaded. So each individual tooth can come down to the floor. And then each tooth has a little magnet on this end to keep it stuck to the floor. So if there's slight imperfections in the ring, those different teeth can actually absorb those differences and scoop underneath the other robot.
And that is preset by the team before they start the competition.
Actually, they just start like this, and they passively fall down and stay magnetically stuck to the ring. It certainly has been effective. However, if Omnoms have been able to dial in their mechanism so it's sitting very close, it might not be enough.
All right, we're getting there. We ready for a count?
Here we go.
I know
The
it's Mark.
first round of the playoffs, fully autonomous operation. 3, 2, 1. Omnoms versus Major Sass.
Whoa!
Omnom could get the upset. No!
There's that momentum we talked about, Gunnar.
That is part of the art of the sumo robot. Major Sass with a last-minute twitch sent Omnoms over the edge. A very strong showing for the underdog, Omnom.
Ooh, that's okay. It's okay. That's what it is. It's the ring. It's just going to get beat up. I'd like to know. I'd like to know what gouged that. Is that their robot did that? Yours?
It's the paint getting stuck.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I understand. Okay, very good. So what happened was. So white paint got dragged into the black as opposed to gouging. Yeah.
We're already seeing a little damage to the course here.
White paint being dragged into the black.
In no time at all, some white paint got dragged into the black area.
2, 1. Oh, that could be it for Major Sass.
Oh,
It's an upset.
I was gonna start counting.
what just happened?
It's a 1-1 upset. Dave, could the fourth place from the
1-1.
round robin come in here and upset the strong favorite, Major Sass?
So at first it's
You set up first now. Yeah.
so yeah, at the beginning of each round, see,
Now, because Omnom won the last match, they have to place first. So Major Sass gets a little bit of a strategic advantage placing second by being able to position their robot in a way that's favorable to their autonomy and to their mechanics. And that's Major Sass pulling up those deployable teeth. Those teeth will flop back down. And we are ready to begin fully autonomous operation. It is tied at 1-1. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Omnom system.
Wow. Wow.
Gunnar, I would say that is more or less exactly the kind of strategy you like to see.
That was beautiful, Dave. Let's hear it for Major Sass,
Autonomous.
fending off the upset competition. But that 1 point that Omnom scored could be very important,
on that autonomous.
depending on what happens with this walking portion of the competition.
That's right, and if you think about this from the
Well fought.
robot's
That was
point of
nice.
view,
Yeah.
they have very little sensory input and quite a lot of mass. They can see underneath them when things suddenly get brighter, and sometimes they can see or hear in front of them when something is very close. Using just that information, they need to move themselves autonomously. Now we go to the strand bots, which are remote controlled.
Omnom reports that their robot is good-ish.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I see a robot
Race
bit.
back.
Keep fighting. He can catch the black. Okay. We don't have every angle.
They're done. Let's hear it for Major Sass. Now, Omnom lost one of their rubber foot pads. According to the technical rules, we'd have to weigh that to see if it weighs more than 5 grams.
On different angles.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. I mean,
Okay.
you know.
I'm gonna go tell them that,
Yeah,
that
it's
there's gonna be.
2:30, yeah.
Gunnar, have they replaced that foot pad or will they be going barefoot?
I think they're going to go barefoot. They're going to have 7 out of 8 feet. Major Sass. That's going to give this first playoff round to Major Sass. We're going to move. At this point, we are going to do the manually operated part of the competition. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Major Sass will be advancing.
But perhaps Omnoms can do a little damage.
It's Major Sass versus Omnom. Now, Dave, both teams, Sass could make a strategic decision and just forfeit and not use up their robot. They're advancing.
I don't think the crowd would allow that.
3, 2, 1, go! That's Major Sass.
1.
The Mistletoe.
And you know what? That was like minimal expense, right? They hardly spent any energy on that. They hardly had any wear and tear. This is what I don't want is this match is really not mattering all that much, right? Because they already won.
Yeah! This could be their last round. And they're setting up for what they call, Dave, the full send. That's the head-on-head.
Maximizing their running room, they're just going to hurdle.
Full send. They're going to get as much momentum as possible. This is their last hurrah. This is everything.
2,
1, go. This is it for Omnom.
that was like very quick. That was efficient.
That's it for Omnom. They are eliminated in this single elimination, but you will see them again
Not even 10 seconds.
because there will be a competition for the 3rd versus 4th place.
Stay focused. We're almost there. I know it's getting.
Let's hear from Major Sass, advancing to the finals.
Major Sass in the finals. Yeah. Okay. No surprise.
Next up will be Page Against the Machine versus Pizza Time. Now, Pizza Time has been putting up some very impressive numbers, and as I pointed out earlier, Pizza Time actually weighs less than Page Against the Machine. So in the event of a tie, that could carry Pizza Time into the finals.
But in some of the competition we've seen recently, every extra gram helps get a little bit of a push on the opponent.
Page Against the Machine. Page Against the Machine is setting their robot first.
Now their robot has a black faceplate that is angled back slightly in an effort to frustrate both an IR sensor and an ultrasonic sensor.
Page Against the Machine is set. Page Against the Machine is set. Pizza Time is strategically placing their robot for the autonomous mode. They're avoiding a direct head-on-head configuration.
Three, 2,
Go!
oh!
Pizza Time!
Pizza time!
Pizza Time comes away with a stunning win.
Amazing.
Are we doing a third place match?
No, I don't think.
So that means that Pizza Time has to position their robot first this time.
Easier said than done. Those magnets really hold.
I did see some robot bits come off there. Actually, it wasn't robots bits. I think it was bits of the ring itself. I think it was bits of the course flying off there, Dave. Oh, look at this. This did not come from a robot, Dave. That came from the course itself.
Hold that up to the camera for us.
This is just some of the damage that's being done to this course. Pizza Time is coming in, could upset Paige against the machine and end up in the finals. Pizza Time certainly put up very competitive performances in the round robin. They were not to be discounted here. Pizza Time has positioned their robot. Paige against the machine has called a timeout. I think they're a bit scared here, Dave. Can we get any insight into why they called a timeout?
There are many reasons to call a timeout.
No, like, there's 7 minutes now. Okay, so we're gonna be. This is 7 minutes for real.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a hard
Who called it? Who called it?
I'm going to go investigate and see what's going on behind the scenes.
Take your microphone with you. We'll be waiting.
Oh yeah, yeah. All right. Okay, no problem. You okay now, or?
Okay, Dave, can you hear me?
We hear you, Gunnar.
I'm reporting live from the pits here. It looks like they do have their software pulled up. They're discussing some code changes here.
We hear the sound of little elves hammering back there, Gunnar.
It looks like they're making strategy adjustments. There's some constants relating to speeds that are being adjusted.
Are we still reading this thing?
There's some sensing thresholds that are being discussed, but it's mostly speed and timing and that type of thing that's being adjusted. I'm coming back, Dave. The best I can tell, Dave, some of these strategies involve trying to sense the other robot and then driving until you see the white and stopping. But there's some decisions to be made. Do you back up? Do you back up and turn? How much do you turn? How fast do you back up? Some of those things are constants in their code, and they're adjusting those based on what they observed in the first competition.
That's true. That's true.
Paige against the machine right now, I can certainly tell you that the mood back there, Dave, is tense.
The mood out here is tense too, Gunnar.
Paige against the machine did not appreciate me reviewing or providing input on the structure of their code.
You know, it was interesting. A little while ago, we saw one of the bots deliberately placed back to front and used in reverse gear. That sounds very much like the strategy we are often told that when you have to break out of or into a gated community, and I know that happens a lot, you should do it in reverse. Is it for the same reason, Gunnar?
There you go.
It's very similar, Dave, especially with it becomes more strategic with the walking robots because the force versus angle curve of where they are changes a lot more for the walking robots. The wheeled robots, it's not as big of a difference going forward versus going backwards. So that's Paige against the machine taking a timeout. That's where we are right now. A Paige against the machine timeout. in the first round of the playoffs. So the winner of this, I'm sorry, in the second round of the playoffs. In the first round, we had Major Sass defeat Omnom. So the winner of between these two will face Major Sass in the final round and possibly the opportunity to win the trophy. Page Against the Machine called a timeout, not because of smoke, not because of mechanical damage, but because they were defeated by Pizza Time in the autonomous portion and thought that they could make some strategic adjustments to have a chance at winning. If they lose the autonomous portion, that puts them in a really tough spot against Pizza Time to advance to the finals. I'm going to go to the back again and check on our time and check on these teams. Dave, we have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining in the timeout. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. I can report from the back some very interesting findings. Page Against the Machine has done a good job of making their code changes. They're quite confident that those will make a difference here in the autonomous portion. However, the walkers are up after the autonomous portion. The Page Against the Machine walker, Dave, it's in pieces. There are pieces spread out across the table, and there's quite a lot of work going on the walker. I would even describe it as major surgery happening on the walker right now for Page Against the Machine.
Well, what amount of redundancy do they have in that device? How many legs could they pull off of it, for instance, and still have it walk?
Well, it would still walk with a couple legs missing, that's true. But could it compete against Pizza Time? That's another question. Because Pizza Time won, they will be placing their robot first. Now, Pizza Time is so confident that they have placed their walker here in the on-deck area. Meanwhile, the Page Against the Machine walker is in the back undergoing surgery. The timeout is over, and we're ready to resume the competition.
Page Against the Machine discussing their placement strategy.
There we go. That's some confidence. Page Against the Machine. You're over the line, though, Page Against the Machine. You got to come back. Oh, it's the front of the line. Page Against the Machine is so confident, Dave, that they are opting for the straight head-to-head configuration. Go! Pizza time! That is a huge upset. Let's hear it for pizza time! Huge. Huge upset. The PageBot has been upset in the playoffs, Dave. The strategy there on pointing it directly at the other robot was on the PageBot made that decision so they would instantly engage the high-speed head-on ramming mode. Both robots detected their opponent immediately, and both robots charged at full speed, and pizza time was the winner. Page Against the Machine is back against the ropes, Dave. They have called their second time out, facing elimination from the finals. Now, I suspect that second timeout is due to the surgery I was discussing on their walking robot. The tough part of these walking robots, Dave, they're so difficult to build, is where each of the linkages, where they meet at those joints. That's just been a weakness for all of these robots. They're coming off the shafts. There's little snap rings that go in a little groove that keep the linkages from sliding off the end. Those are popping off. It's just been disastrous for the walking robots, including Page Against the Machine, and that's some of the surgery that's going on right now.
Is it safe to say, Gunnar, that most of these robots have not really been in any competition before today?
Well, they have not been in this challenging of an environment. They have been tested. There was a mock competition. However, the configuration at the mock competition was quite a bit different for a lot of these robots. They went through quite a design change cycle between the mock competition and today. But look at the confidence here of pizza time. They're not in the back. They're not charging their batteries. They're just resting peacefully, meditating here in the competition ring.
I think they're getting the feel of the room.
And if you haven't seen pizza time before, this is the main walking mechanism here. And this here is kind of their dozer. That just deploys right at the beginning of the competition. That allows them to fit within the official small envelope and then deploy immediately. It's a custom designed linkage, mostly water jet cut parts. The purple parts that you see on that robot were 3D printed. The plastic black parts were water jet cut. And the metal, those thin aluminum parts was all water jet cut. A lot of water jet parts on that.
Tell us about the water jet.
The water jet is something that's in the ME72 shop now. It's a high pressure water that's used to cut through the metal. And the jet end itself is not manually operated. When the students take the ME72 competition, they learn how to manually operate some of the machines, the mills, and that type of thing. The water jet is not manually operated. It itself is a robot. It itself is computer controlled. So this is really about robots building robots. The 3D printer is also new to the ME72 shop, and it has been constantly improved, and it's really changed this competition over the years, I would say, Dave. In the early years of this competition, there was more emphasis on the hand craftsmanship that went into the machines. There's certainly still a lot of that element, but now with the introduction of more autonomy, and then also with the introduction of the CNC machining, including water jet and 3D printing, a lot more of the time is spent on the computer in a CAD tool designing these pieces.
we should keep in mind that although this event is often thought of as the final exam for ME72, actually there's quite a lot more that goes into the students' grades. It is not the case that whoever wins here will get a 4.0, second place team will get a 3.0, and so forth. They've actually been graded all through the term on things like sticking to their budget, having a legitimate, clear plan, having good reasons for changing that plan, and not slicing their hands off with the water jet. Isn't that right, Gunnar?
I'm glad you mentioned the budget. Actually, Page Against the Machine was one of the teams that was quite a bit over budget.
Do they know how much over budget they are?
Not bad, though.
In a real setting, of course, they would all have been fired.
See, here's the clue. Taxes don't come out of their budget.
I'm going to venture into the back and check again on these teams, Dave.
I was trying to get a rise out because we asked them how far over they went, and they said, we're not sure.
1 minute remaining in the timeout. I'm here in the back with Page Against the Machine.
Each of these teams is like pizza. How much time?
All right.
30 seconds remaining in the timeout, Dave. I've been in the back with Page Against the Machine, and it does not look good. There is super glue that was applied in the last 45 seconds of the timeout. There's still linkage pieces on the table. It's a mess back there, Dave. I would say Pizza Time has a solid opportunity at upsetting Page Against the Machine and ending up in the finals. Pizza Time walked away from the autonomous portion 2-0 and walking into the walker portion with a functional robot that's sitting here, and here comes Page Against the Machine.
So Gunnar, if I were to say, on the contrary, I believe this is their finest hour, you wouldn't necessarily buy it?
It could turn into their finest hour here, Dave. Page Against the Machine has a huge force advantage with their electrically actuated electromagnets that stick to the course. That's been a huge advantage during the round-robin games. However, the drive linkage has really suffered some damage. I would even be careful about leaving super glue bits here on the course. We'll have to check for that after this.
But doesn't super glue dry very, very fast, Gunnar?
Super glue does cure quickly in contact.
We need to be able to see if somebody falls off the edge of the dryer. So Vincent's got that angle, and I think Gunnar's got that angle. We've got this angle. Okay, we'll know.
3, 2, 1, go!
One, two, three,
All,
4. Okay, that's a
all
stop.
Pizza Time had to do was keep moving.
point.
Let's hear it for Pizza Time.
Now that Page Against the Machine walker, when it was walking, Gunnar, it was quite formidable, and I think that's largely because of that big faceplate and because its center of gravity is so far forward. In fact, they had to stand it on its face at the weigh-in just to keep it from toppling off the scale.
I think so. We've had a lot of electronic.
Page Against the Machine is facing elimination, Dave. Their only chance is to come back and win from here on to the end. This is a sudden turnabout, seeing their dominant position during the round robin. But Pizza Time's endurance through these difficult later games has really shown through. Their endurance has been incredible. And remember, if one robot doesn't move, all the other one has to do is keep moving to score the point. 3, 2, 1, go. I see some movement from Paige against the machine. That counts as movement.
They are conserving energy.
This,
Plenty of movement.
all they're doing is just keeping moving at this point.
Yep.
Looks like
Now, Paige against the machine has these electromagnets that allow it to stick very hard to the ground. So if they just keep moving a little bit, they could just run the clock out here, Dave. There's 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining.
He's moving, though. He's moving. That's all that matters.
Pizza Time appears to be doing a careful
long as you're
scan
moving.
of the ring.
I think the strategy of both teams might be just to run out the clock. I think that's all Paige against the machine can do, is just move a little bit back and forth on that one side. Pizza Time at this point can just run out the clock into a tie. They do not need to engage. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Paige against the machines, electromagnets are so strong. Pizza Time, I don't think, is going to be able to move them. So as long as Paige against the machine can keep running the clock, I don't think that Pizza Time will be able to push them off.
As long as you're moving, got to keep moving. That's all.
They're just running out the clock, Dave. 50 seconds remaining. So, Dave, what's going to happen if the time expires? Is that just a tie? At what point does the weight come in as the deciding factor?
We're going to find that out in 32 seconds, Gunnar.
30 seconds remaining. It looks like the left side of Paige against the machine is completely free spinning and not moving. Their right side's able to move back and forth.
5, 4, 3. I need to see movement.
Oh,
2.
Paige might be stuck.
1.
We have 9 seconds on the
0.
clock. Paige is stuck. Paige
5
is
seconds
stuck.
before time will
Pizza
run out.
Time wins
Sorry.
with 2 seconds remaining.
Now, Gunnar,
Let's hear it for Pizza Time. Dave, that means that Pizza Time is going to advance to the finals. Paige against the machine.
So you can
Made a fine showing.
choice, right? Okay, so we're going to forfeit RC. You're going to forfeit RC? Is that your choice?
We don't want to break when there's risk breaking a robot.
Yeah, they have those strategic reasons. Yeah. Is that okay?
Okay.
Pizza Time decides to forfeit. They have no
Forfeited.
particular reason to play.
So now 7 minutes between.
7 minutes, yeah. Yeah.
And Pizza Time will be advancing to the
This
finals.
is it now, right? Do we have our final two? Yeah.
Meanwhile, Paige against the machine will have an opportunity to compete
Wait.
Pizza Time is going to spend 7 minutes.
for the 3rd versus 4th seeding.
There. Sounds good. I'll go talk.
so what do you think they're doing right now, Gunnar?
And that's going to be the next round.
Just before their match.
So
One at a time.
Paige against the machine will be coming back. And they're playing Omnom, right?
Who do we have coming up?
Oh, finally, it's going to be Major Sass.
Major Sass and Pizza Time. This is it.
No. Don't we need to play for 34th place first?
No, we don't. No, we don't do that. We're not going to do that.
Oh, we're not playing.
No, we're not going to do that. We need to get this.
Okay, so this is the final round. This is the final.
We're not going to do it. I've already told the team.
Actually, Dave, we have an update.
Let's hear it.
We are not going to play for third and fourth place.
No.
So
This is all about first and second
let's hear it
place.
for the two eliminated teams. The two eliminated teams are Page Against the Machine and Omnom. Both made a great showing. The Page bot was very impressive. Everybody loved Omnom. They are eliminated for the day, and we are headed into the final round. And that will be Major Sass versus Pizza Time.
So Gunnar, the final round?
This is the final round. That's correct.
So what comes after that?
Somebody hoists this trophy.
Looking forward to that moment.
Major Sass has been dominant throughout the round robin, dominant in the playoff. Pizza Time upset the Page bot. And Pizza Time is also one of these teams, Dave, and we seem to see this every year. There's a team that doesn't start out so great, but they have a very well-built robot that doesn't catch on fire, that doesn't lose parts, keeps basically functioning. And Pizza Time has been that contender. They've been very predictable. They haven't taken timeouts. Their robots have remained functional, very stoutly built. So that has earned them a position in the final round. We have about 4 or 5 minutes until the final round starts. I'm going to go to the back and see if any of these teams are making adjustments or if they're ready to go.
We'll wait to hear from you.
Dave, I can report that both Major Sass and Pizza Time are not making any mechanical adjustments. Both of their robots seem to be very solid headed into the final competition. They are discussing and reviewing some strategic opportunities with respect to software changes for the autonomous portion. Both teams feel like the autonomous portion is make or break. They both feel like whoever wins this autonomous portion will go on to hoist the ME72 trophy at the 37th annual ME72 competition. Both teams are feeling confident, batteries charged and ready to go. I'm going to check in with the judges. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Hey guys. Yeah. So wait, stand over there. Stand over there.
We can do a walkout sign. Hey, we're gonna do a walkout song. We're gonna announce. So you're gonna walk out.
Well, let's check with the pizza time then.
I think-
Okay, let me check pizza
I think
time.
you'll be first, because May just asked us winning. So that's fine.
Paul Stovall, you've been working with these students every step of the
You
way.
guys ready?
Are you pleased with what you've been seeing?
Yes, they're doing a great job so far. This team here has really been doing a lot of
Okay,
work.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final round of the 37th annual ME72 competition, the Sumobot Sumo Wrestle competition. Pizza time! Come on out!
You want to know what time it is? What time?
We'll begin. Go ahead and take the ring. Sumobot on deck. And Major Sass, the point leader.
All right, who sets up first? Oh my God. Go for it.
This is the autonomous portion, Dave. This is where this trophy will be won or lost.
Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe. Pizza time has been dominating the autonomous portion the last few rounds. Could Pizza time come in and upset the finals, Dave? What do you think?
I think they certainly could.
They've been doing excellent here in autonomous mode. Both teams were reviewing software changes coming into this final round.
Always risky making software
4,
changes last
3,
minute.
2, 1, go! Oh! Devastating! Devastating! Pizza time's gonna take a timeout, Dave, I guarantee it. They need to make software, that software change they made was not a good one.
Do you think they should put it back the way it was, Gunnar?
Pizza time is calling for a timeout, Dave. That was a devastating software change. That's the risk of making last minute changes, Dave.
Yeah.
They're going to take a quick look at it. They might not use up the full 7 minutes, but they are going to go and address that software glitch.
I think they just need to change a plus sign to a minus sign, but they didn't ask me. Keep in mind that these software changes are being done on a table in a back room. They don't have the luxury of a 5-foot diameter doyo to test on. They have some very tiny doyos to test on. They're about a foot in diameter.
The software change is actually being made on a piano that belongs to the Ramo Auditorium.
I'm sure that's fine.
Well, I don't mean the software change is being made to the piano. I mean the laptop is sitting on top of a piano, and the software change is being made on the laptop.
We lost Cy Ramo 6 years ago at the age of 103. I think if he were still with us, he would approve of software changes on his piano.
Pizza Time is testing their white sensor. They think they had a failure there, which is why they just drove off the edge. And so they're monitoring in real time the sensor reading as they move the robot from the black to the right here in the on-deck ring. And they could be adjusting some thresholding and some debouncing on that sensor.
I believe all of these bots are counting on those sensors to keep them from going off the edge. Nobody is trying to integrate all of their motion.
It looks like to me, Dave, that the sensor is working. It's at least giving a valid output that makes sense.
Is it possible, Gunnar, that it just flew by so fast there wasn't time to put on the brakes?
Now, Dave, when they're monitoring their sensor output in real time, they're getting a decimal reading from the sensor. Yet in the code where they have the threshold coded, that's coded in hexadecimal. So,
Is this a feet and meters problem again, Gunnar?
so one of the issues that they're having to be a little careful about is making sure that when they look at the decimal number, they put the right hexadecimal threshold into the software. 3.5 minutes left in the timeout that Pizza Time called here.
3.5 minutes, what's that in hexadecimal?
This is incredible, Dave. I don't know if we've ever seen a team going this deep into the software halfway through the final round. Have we seen this in prior years?
We've seen teams take their bot back to the lab and completely refabricate them from the ground up during the finals, but never this much programming work.
Dave, we have adjusted those thresholds, reprogrammed the robot into the robot's flash memory, and now they're using the last couple minutes of their timeout to do a little testing.
Can I suggest you step way back, Gunnar?
Pizza Time has gone rogue here. It looks like it still drove off the edge when they did a quick test, Dave. Pizza Time is really under the gun with just a couple minutes here remaining in their timeout. Now they have a certain program that they can run where they can monitor stuff live on the laptop screen. Once they make an adjustment and they program it into the microcontroller, they then unplug and then they have no communication with it. So they're not actually sure why it did not appear to work on their last test despite their adjustments. This is a high pressure situation here. They're about to test it again and it looks like it drove off again.
Even with a consistent failure mode like that, there still must be some strategy they could use in terms of initial placement to help them with a do or die hit on the other robot.
It looks like they might just head for a straight, direct placement. They're just going to head directly at their opponent. They're ignoring the sensors, Dave.
3, 2,
go! Success!
Whoa. Hello. No.
That's it! Pizza Time wins! Pizza Time wins!
Were you counting?
A miracle! A miracle, Dave!
I have been asked to reassure our viewers that this is not how JPL programs devices.
What an incredible autonomous round between Pizza Time and Major Sass. It's tied at 1-1 in terms of the Yuko points going into the Walker portion. The tension is building here in the Ramo Auditorium.
But now Pizza Time has to place first, so that gives Major Sass an advantage.
So now, because Pizza Time won, they place first. So now Major Sass gets to be a little bit strategic, and they're hoping that Pizza Time will just drive off the edge. It looks like both teams are ready. It's tied at 1-1. 3, 2, 1, go!
Hello?
Nice strategy! Nice strategy! What an incredible strategy! That counts as motion! That counts as motion!
One,
It's count the 5 seconds.
4. No, they're moving. Little movement, little movement. It's got to be stuck.
There it is.
Oh, they were moving. They were moving.
That was very close.
Right? They were moving. I want moving.
I'm gonna consult with the judges. Was that a tie or did
Oh, yeah, there was movement.
there was enough motion?
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear it for Major Sass!
There you go. Oh, I don't want to. Yeah, that's good.
But Gunnar, that was very interesting. We saw something different from what we expected. Instead of straight line motion, there was quite a lot of circular motion. Could you tell why that was?
I don't know why Pizza Time made so many pizzas, but it could have been strategic because it allows them to keep moving and keep that 5-second timer from expiring. The score is now 2-1 in favor of Major Sass going into the Walker portion.
Oh. Ready? 4, 3, 2, 1,
go! Pizza Time is avoiding confrontation.
Major Sass.
That's it for Major Sass!
There it is.
They're robot bits. Oh no, Dave, I was talking about the robustness of the Pizza Time robot. This is the first time we've seen some damage. I saw robot bits.
You know what they say, Gunnar, when life hands you robot bits.
They're making a robot. They were definitely Pizza Time robot bits that came off there at the end.
Major Sass had an effective strategy there of keeping Pizza Time toward the perimeter of the ring, and thus forcing it to turn sideways where it has less traction.
The damage to Pizza Time does not seem particularly bad or significant, Dave. I think
Yeah, a screw just got loose. That was the reason why
a screw got loose and a part came off, but they're just gonna make a minor adjustment. For the sake of our audience, they're not gonna call a timeout.
We're okay.
They're ready to compete.
Yeah, we're okay.
Here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Major Sass could win it here, Dave. If Major Sass pulls it off again, that's it!
There it is. Did they just win the
I think it's over. I think we know who's going to get the trophy, Dave. Let's hear it for Major Sass.
I think that's it.
Crushing the upset pizza time.
That's it.
Let's see if the teams are going to play the final. Human operated.
Okay, hang on.
Let's check with the audience.
You guys, what are you asking me? What are you asking? Sorry. Oh, did you want to do something?
I think we both still want to play RRC ball.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
RRC pins came out in the jostling. We're reconnecting my
Okay, so
they're aware of that. I don't know if that affects your
even
timing.
though they've won at this point, you understand. You just want to. Okay. Okay. So are you guys up for this for fun battle, even though you've won the competition? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Let's hear the audience opinion. We think we have a winner with Major Sass. It's 4-1. Pizza Time can't come back and win. But do you want to see more Sumobot action?
All right. One more match.
Then they'll keep playing.
One more match. Final RC.
They're going to do it just to please the audience. They're going to leave everything in the sumo ring and play one more round of the RC wheeled robot competition. Major Sass at this point has enough points to walk away with the trophy. They had the most number of wins in the round robin. They had the most number of points in the round robin. They've been decisive through the playoffs. They will go home with the pride of hoisting the ME72 trophy. But before they go, they will try to destroy their robots. I'm going to step over to the judges' table here and review some point totals. So in the first round, it looks like Major Sass dominated Omnom 6-1. That was their first competition that led them into the finals. That was 6-1. And then in the final round versus Pizza Time, it was really over at 4-1. Just a hugely dominant performance. They have an opportunity to go 6-1 if they win both of these final matches.
On the other hand, they could totally destroy their bot.
I'm here in the back, Dave. Pizza time is coming out. Pizza time. Pizza time telling me they're going to give it a Viking send-off, send it off to its death. They've turned everything up to 11. They're ignoring the anti-smoking rules.
All right, here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here's the mistletoe lining up for the final push.
Oh, what happened?
Pizza time never quits. They're still going here.
I'll ask them.
Let's hear it for Major Sass and the mistletoe. Three, two. What? The final round! Here we go! Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Let's hear it for Mistletoe!
Over. Okay. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right.
Dave, a dominating. A dominant 6-1 performance in the final round.
Hang on.
A dominant 6-1 performance
We'll give it to you.
in the first round of the playoffs. The point leader. Let's hear it for Major Sass, point leader, and 6-1 wins all through the playoffs. Incredible performance by Major Sass. Woohoo!
Okay. All right. Yes, you will. You will. Go ahead. Pick it up. Okay. Let's get a photo. Vicky and photographers. Hold it up.
Yeah! Major Sass, the 2022 ME72 champions.
Very good. We'd love the entire class to come down for a photo. So thanks for hanging out. Come on back down. Let's take a big class photo together. Let's all line up across.
Thanks to all of you for joining us here at the Ramo Auditorium for the Sumobot competition and making ME72 the wonderful, wonderful event that it is. Thank you all who joined us online.
Class photo. You could hold it in the class photo. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Maybe have you in the middle. Can we have people come around this side? You guys help me? I can scrunch them together for you. Tell me if you have the angle, if you want to scrunch them together. I don't know. I just want the winning team in the middle. Yeah, people kneel down. Yeah, this is great. This is great. All right. All right, I want to get in there. Wait a minute. TAs get in here as well, and